My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Ran family shock. Zhou Wanqiu's tone was full of complaints. It seemed that she was complaining that Su Chen was too stubborn. But Su Chen was not angry. He understood that Zhou Wanqiu was doing this for his own good. On the side, Zhao Girang scolded Zhou Wanqiu, "You damn girl, how can you talk like that? Zhou Chen has helped us several times. Why don't you have any good words?" Zhou Wanqiu was speechless. "Mom, isn't this for his own good? Let him hide away, at least he will be safe." Zhao Girang said angrily, "If you are doing this for his own good, then just speak nicely. You are so weird." Except for Zhou Chen, who doesn't mind. Everyone else would have turned against you long ago. Zhou Wanqiu was helpless. Su Chen, who was on the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Zhou Wanqiu glared at him fiercely, as if blaming him for causing her to be scolded. Zhao Girang turned around and said to Su Chen, "Zhou Chen, Wanqiu is a girl who doesn't know how to talk. However, what she said is true. The Ran family in the provincial capital is very powerful. You should stay out of the limelight for now." Su Chen smiled and shook her head. "Aunt Zhao, don't worry. Since I dare to kill Ran Rui's, I have a way to deal with the Ran family." Seeing Su Chen's confidence, Zhao Girang could only choose to be skeptical. She is just a traditional woman and doesn't know much. On the other hand, Zhou Wanqiu pouted and muttered in a low voice, pretending to be rich. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain. "Aunt Zhao, I'll go to Huchen Pavilion now to find some medicinal herbs to wake up Grandpa." Su Chen said hello to the mother and daughter and left. Seeing Su Chen disappear, Zhao Girang scolded Zhou Wanqiu, "You damn girl, can't you speak properly? It's just that Zhou Chen has a good temper, otherwise no one can stand you." Zhou Wanqiu rolled her eyes. "If you can't stand it, just leave. I didn't ask him to follow me." Hearing this, Zhao Girang glared. She raised her hand and made a beating gesture. Zhou Wanqiu was so scared that she ran away. She ran to a safe distance and said angrily, "Mom, are you my real mother or Su Chen's real mother? You want to beat me for him?" Zhao Girang glared and said, "If you don't cherish it now, one day when Su Chen is annoyed and goes to find another woman, you will have no place to cry." Zhou Chen's appearance, personality, medical skills, and martial arts are all top notch, and there are many people vying for him. After this period of getting along, Zhao Girang felt that Su Chen was the most perfect son-in-law. When she saw Zhou Wanqiu's bad attitude towards Su Chen, she was naturally angry. Zhou Wanqiu saw that her mother was angry and didn't dare to talk back. TSK. The mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the happier she is. If it were a normal young woman, who would be interested in him? Zhou Wanqiu muttered in his heart, but did not dare to speak out. However, at this time, King Yao's figure suddenly appeared in Zhou Wanqiu's mind. That bitch seemed to be very close to Su Chen. Thinking of this, Zhou Wanqiu felt very uncomfortable. On the other side, after leaving the Zhou family villa, the black-clad bodyguard of the Ran family stepped on the accelerator frantically in the car. Now, he just wanted to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. The car sped for dozens of kilometers. In a secluded place, the car slowly stopped. Looking at the corpses of Ran Rui's and Jiang Qingrong in the back seat, the bodyguard felt cold all over. The black-clad bodyguard took out his mobile phone, trembling with his hands, and dialed a number. "Hello. I'm Ran Qingfeng. Who is this?" A full-bodied voice sounded. Ran Qingfeng is Ran Rui's father, the second son of the old patriarch of the Ran family, and also a martial arts genius among the second generation of the Ran family. The black-clad bodyguard cried, "Second Master Rong, I'm Master Rui's driver. Master, he was killed." There was a silence and heavy breathing on the phone. "Explain it to me." Ran Qingfeng's voice was chilling. The black-clad bodyguard told everything again. Bang! The sound of a cell phone exploding rang out. Su Chen. Zhou family. I will make sure you die without a burial place. In the Rang family villa in the provincial capital, a grief-stricken roar shook the earth. Not long after, boom, boom, boom. 3 bells shook. The Rang family in the provincial capital rang the bell for the whole family to gather. In an instant, one after another, terrifying figures rushed to the Rang family meeting hall from all directions. After Su Chen left the Zhou family villa, he was about to go to the Su Chen pavilion. Ding-ling-ling. His cell phone rang suddenly. Looking down, it was Li Xiaolei's call. Su Chen apologized first. "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for leaving so suddenly and making you worry." Li Xiaolei said, "It's okay. I saw that you were very anxious when you left. I wonder what happened to you. Can I help you, old man?" Su Chen explained calmly, "Nothing. It's just Rang Rui's from the Rang family in the provincial capital who came to the Zhou family to cause trouble." Li Xiaolei narrowed his eyes, and it was Rang Rui's. "Mr. Su, do you need help? I was the richest man in Bincheng, and I also know top families in the provincial capital. I can help you mediate." Li Xiaolei thought for a while and said. Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't bother you, I have solved it." Solved? Li Xiaolei was stunned. Wang Xingzhu, who was sitting next to him, was also surprised. "How did you solve it?" Li Xiaolei asked. Su Chen said calmly, "Kill him." In an instant, Li Xiaolei felt a chill on his back. Su Chen told the whole process again. Li Xiaolei and Wang Xingzhu were completely dumbfounded. "Mr. Su, you are so impulsive. If you only kill the Rang family's worshipper, maybe it can be resolved peacefully. But this Rang Rui's is a direct descendant of the Rang family. What you did is equivalent to slapping the Rang family in the face, and they will definitely not let it go." Li Xiaolei's tone was very anxious. "Mr. Li, is this Rang family really powerful?" Su Chen asked. "Among the top forces in Dongzhou province, there must be a Rang family," Li Xiaolei said seriously. Su Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed very powerful." Li Xiaolei continued, "Mr. Su, you are a martial artist, so you naturally understand the power of the Zhuanjin master. But this Rang Rui's is only the 3rd generation of the Rang family, and he is already protected by the Zhuanjin master. It can be seen that the Rang family must have martial arts practitioners above Zhuanjin, and there is a high probability that there are more than one." Although Su Chen took it seriously, he was not afraid. "Please, Mr. Li, help me check the martial arts offerings of the Rang family. Also, please keep an eye on them for me. If there is any movement from the Rang family, please notify me in advance." Li Xiaolei nodded and said, "Okay." He hesitated and continued, "Mr. Su, in fact, behind our Li family, there are also top families in the province. If you are willing, I can ask them to help you withstand the pressure from the Rang family. With your current age in cultivation, you can probably attract their friendship and investment." Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Xiaolei had such a background. "That's not necessary." Su Chen refused. "I don't like to owe favors. Besides, it's just the Rang family. I don't take it too seriously." "Okay." Li Xiaolei sighed. The phone was hung up. In the restaurant of the Li family villa, silence fell at this moment. For a long time. Li Xiaolei breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su was really too decisive this time. He didn't consider the consequences at all. "That's the young master of the Rang family." Li Xiaolei sighed. Wang Xingzhu shook his head and said, "I think this is his more valuable quality." "Oh." Li Xiaolei was a little surprised. Wang Xingzhu continued, "Nowadays, too many people are timid in doing things. They think twice before doing something and consider the consequences and costs. This is not wrong, but it lacks a bit of blood. Others have already bullied me, humiliated and tortured my relatives, but I still have to consider his background, fear the forces behind him, and consider how much I can hurt him. If you don't understand this, why practice martial arts? It's better to die directly." Li Xiaolei was shocked. Wang Xingzhu continued, "If I were Zhou Wanqiu, I would only be happy if someone like Su Chen helped me out. If I were asked to choose someone to befriend and invest in, it would definitely be someone like Su Chen. At least, he will return my investment and goodwill to me 100 times 1,000 times." Boom. Wang Xingzhu's words directly made Li Xiaolei's mind draw. "That's right. Su Chen is definitely the most trustworthy and friendly person, and the one who has the most hope to make the Bincheng Li family rise again. At this moment, Li Xiaolei cleared all his hesitations. Chapter 127, No Man's Land, Medicine King Valley. Originally, Li Xiaolei was still a little hesitant. He was struggling over how much he should support Su Chen. Now, he finally figured it out. A person like Su Chen is worth making friends with. Li Xiaolei nodded and said to Wang Xingzhu, "Thank you, old Wang." Li Xiaolei, who had figured everything out, was in a good mood and actually called Wang Xingzhu old Wang. Wang Xingzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Go to hell. You, old Li, are already old, and you're still teasing me." The two laughed. Wang Xingzhu sighed. "I can't believe that Su Chen is only in his early 20s, but his martial arts skills are so terrifying." "Yeah." Li Xiaolei nodded. "You seem to have been practicing Zhuanjin for many years, but you still can't beat Chendoru." Wang Xingzhu rolled his eyes at Li Xiaolei. This guy's really talking about something else. Su Chen killed Chendoru, and I felt that he was at ease and even had some strength left. This is incredible. Li Xiaolei sighed. Wang Xingzhu also analyzed seriously. "Indeed. I have also heard of Jiang Qingrang brought by Rang Rui's. His poison skills are very strange. A dozen ordinary Zhuanjin masters may not be his opponents." In the end, he also died in Su Chen's hands. I suspect that Mr. Su may have reached a higher level. Hearing this, Li Xiaolei took a breath. An ordinary dark force master can already work as a bodyguard in a rich man's house. If you become a Zhuanjin master, even the richest man in a city will give you enough respect. If you can go to the next level, you can open a sect. Even in a province, you will be well known. And now, Su Chen is only in his early 20s, and he has reached this level. His future is limitless. Li Xiaolei and Wang Xingzhu looked at each other, and both saw the heat in each other's eyes. They understood each other's meaning. Su Chen has not yet completely risen, and it is a good time to hug his thighs in advance. Li Xiaolei looked at Wang Xingzhu and thought to himself, "Old Wang, just follow me and drink some soup. I helped Mr. Su solve the Ran family's problem this time, so this favor is mine." Wang Xingzhu thought to himself, "Haha. This old man Li probably wants to earn Mr. Su's favor by settling the Ran family's problem. He's too small. He's too narrow-minded. I have a beautiful granddaughter Yao Iao and another beautiful granddaughter Yuting. What can you compare with me?" The two old foxes looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Hehe. On the other side, Su Chen arrived at the Huchen pavilion. Sun Zongjing was quite surprised to see Su Chen coming. Su Chen said straight to the point, "Old son, I urgently need 2 kinds of elixirs, silver moon lotus and Chiangxing grass. I wonder if you have them here?" Sun Zongjing was stunned and asked, "Is there any patient with nerve poisoning who can't wake up?" He was also a superb doctor. When he heard the name of the medicinal material, he roughly guessed what disease Su Chen wanted to treat. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, Grandpa Zhao." Then, he told Sun Zongjing what happened in the Zhao family. "This bastard Rang Ruiz is too much." Sun Zongjing was very angry. However, he quickly frowned and said, "Zhao Chen, these 2 herbs are considered rare herbs. I usually don't need such high-grade herbs here, and I really don't have any in stock." Su Chen was stunned. "Then do you know where to find these 2 herbs, Mr. Sun?" Su Chen was a little anxious. Zhao Rongchang is quite old. If he is unconscious for too long, it will cause great damage to his body, especially his brain. Sun Zongjing's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, I know a place where these 2 herbs should be." "Where is it?" Su Chen asked hurriedly. "No one cares. Yaowang Valley," Sun Zongjing said. Su Chen was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this place. Sun Zongjing explained with a smile. "To the east of Bincheng, where it meets the provincial capital and the neighboring Yicheng, there is a mountain forest called Yaowang Mountain, and there is a valley in it called Yaowang Valley. In the past Yaowang Valley was a poor mountain with bad water. Bincheng, the provincial capital and Yicheng were unwilling to accept management, so it gradually became a no man's land. However, it is precisely because there is less supervision over there that a trade zone has gradually formed. Especially that mountain forest, which is suitable for growing medicinal materials, so it has gradually been called Yaowang Valley. There is a huge medicinal material trading market there, and herbalists who collect all kinds of strange and bizarre medicinal materials will go there to sell them. Not only do Bincheng pharmaceutical companies and pharmacies often go there to purchase goods, but even people from the provincial capital often go there. Hearing this introduction, Su Chen immediately became interested. That's great. Let's set off now. Su Chen decided immediately. Sun Zongjing naturally had no objection. The two of them packed up and just walked out of the Su Chen pavilion when they encountered an embarrassing thing. Zhou Chen, did you drive? I can't drive, Sun Zongjing said. Su Chen was also stunned and said with a wry smile, old son, I can't drive either, and I don't have a driver's license. Let's take a taxi. The two were about to take a taxi. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. The next second, a pink Mercedes-Benz G drove over from the street next to it. Squeak. A loud brake sound sounded. Then, the Mercedes-Benz G slowly stopped. The driver's door opened, and Qin Yao, dressed in a leather jacket and heroic, walked down with long legs. She smiled sweetly at Su Chen. Dear benefactor, where are you going? Why don't you call your sweet and lovely little driver who is invincible in the universe? Qin Yao ran over and hugged Su Chen's arm. On the side, Sun Zongjing pretended to look to the side. Su Chen smiled and said, old son, we are lucky, the beautiful driver is here. The three got in the car. Although Sun Zongjing was a little car sick, he still sat in the back seat tactfully. Su Chen, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned around and asked with a puzzled look on his face, how did you know I was in Sun Leo's rejuvenation hall? Qin Yao smiled sweetly, because you and I are in tune with each other. I know you need me, so I came. Are you touched? If you are, you can kiss me as a reward. Su Chen rolled his eyes. You are so ungentlemanly. Qin Yao could not hear a serious answer. Seeing Su Chen's speechless look, Qin Yao laughed out loud. Su Chen couldn't understand why Qin Yao seemed to have won a battle every time she saw his reaction. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Qin Yao said with a smile. It's my grandpa. He told me that you might have something to do here, so he asked me to come and see if I can help you. As soon as I heard it, I rushed over immediately. Sure enough, you still need me, my benefactor. Su Chen finally understood. It turned out that Wang Xingzhu had heard what he had said to Li Xiao about going to Su Chen Pavilion to find medicinal herbs. So the old man directly told his granddaughter, my benefactor, look how timely I came. Qin Yao looked at Su Chen with a smile. Without me, you can't move an inch. I'm really too important to you, right? Su Chen said unhappily. Right. In the back row, Sun Zongjing almost laughed out loud. The two people in front really gave him a feeling of a pair of happy enemies. However, he still admired Wang Xingzhu in his heart. This old guy reacted so quickly. He sent his granddaughter here so quickly. Oh. It's good to have a beautiful granddaughter. Sun Zongjing was a little envious. Chapter 128 Bei Ko Tang. In Sun Zongjing's opinion, Wang Xingzhu is definitely a smart man. He saw Su Chen's potential early on and directly helped his granddaughter to make connections. If Qin Yao really got together with Su Chen, this relationship would be more solid and reliable than any investment. Alas. Sun Zongjing sighed and hated him again. It was a pity that he didn't have a beautiful granddaughter, otherwise he would have fought for it. Zhou Rongchang also wanted to arrange for Su Chen to marry Zhou Wanqiu, thinking that he would get the moon first, because he was close to the water. Now it seems that Zhou Rongchang's wishful thinking is probably going to fail. Sun Zongjing probably had some guesses in his mind. Qin Yao held the steering wheel with both hands, with a happy smile on her face. Where are we going? Qin Yao asked. Sun Zongjing said, East, Sangun, Yaowang Valley. Qin Yao was slightly surprised and asked, what are we going there for? Su Chen explained, go there to find 2 rare medicinal materials. Do you know the way? Qin Yao nodded, yes, I've been there twice before. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, driving for more than an hour. The traces of the city faded quickly, and the mountains and forests gradually increased. Soon, the three arrived at a valley. Yaowang Valley. Sun Zongjing introduced. In fact, this is no longer Bincheng. Su Chen nodded. It took more than an hour to drive, and it was basically out of the scope of Bincheng. But this place can't be considered the provincial capital or the neighboring Yicheng. Sun Zongjing introduced with a smile. Before, the three cities all disliked this remote place and didn't want this place, but now, after the development of the medicinal materials market here, the three cities are fighting for it. So, now they are still arguing, and there is no conclusion. Haha. Su Chen asked, if there is no conclusion, then this place is not managed by anyone. Will it be very chaotic? Not chaotic. Sun Zongjing shook his head and said, in fact, there are people managing this place. I know. Qin Yao suddenly interrupted. It's a woman named An Linglang. Sun Zongjing nodded. Yes, it's An Linglang. This woman is not ordinary. It seems that she is only in her 20s, but she can control such a large area. However, it is said that she is just a white glove, and there are top bosses in the provincial capital behind her, but no one has produced evidence. Su Chen nodded. This is normal. The profit here is too big. An ordinary woman without background. It is impossible to take it. The only possibility is that there is a behemoth behind her. However, these have nothing to do with him. Su Chen came here just to find Yuan and Chiangxin KO. After buying them, he took them back to save Zhou Wanqiu. Qin Yao's car slowed down slowly, and the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased. Su Chen took a quick look and found that there were not only license plates from Bincheng, but also license plates from the provincial capital and the neighboring Yicheng. There were even some license plates from outside the province. It seems that this place is really lively. Su Chen said. Sun Zongjing smiled and said, it's just close to the medicinal materials market now, so there are not many. When we really get there, it will be lively. Soon. Qin Yao drove the car from the main road to the small road and drove to a place that looked like a township market. There was a huge parking lot outside, and countless luxury cars coming from all directions were parked here. Qin Yao had been here twice, and parked the car in the large parking lot with ease, and then the three of them walked out to stroll around. Sun Zongjing led the way and soon arrived at the medicine market he mentioned. Su Chen took a look, and was slightly surprised. I saw that this place was bustling with people, and many customers were shoulder to shoulder. The layout was similar to that of a township market, with a road in the middle and various stalls on both sides, but most of the things sold were medicinal materials. Some merchants selling medicinal herbs have shops, while others set up stalls directly along the street. The three of them walked in from the street in trance, and could hear all kinds of hawking voices one after another. Don't miss it if you pass by. 100-year-old wild ginseng, 50-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, absolutely authentic. Tier full sale. Our medicine garden has closed down. The boss Huang, he is not a human being. He ran away with his sister-in-law. The medicinal herbs that originally cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are now only 3,000 yuan. Brothers, do you still miss your confident and arrogant appearance? Do you still want to regain the former glory of men? Tiger bone aphrodisiac wine. Whoever uses it will know. You deserve it. Looking at the medicinal herbs still covered with mud on the stalls, and listening to these exaggerated hawking voices, Su Chen felt funny. He grew up in various medicine barrels since he was a child, and with the training of his grandfather, he is very familiar with medicinal herbs. For most medicinal herbs, he can tell whether they are real or fake with just a glance, and even how old they are. Just now, he glanced at the small stalls on both sides, and observed the precious medicinal materials mentioned by the hawkers. It turned out that most of them were fake medicinal materials. Radish pretending to be ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum made of dried sweet potato slices, white aconite made by drying and smoking potatoes, and corydalus mixed with sand and stone of similar size. Wow. This is outrageous. Before coming here, Su Chen felt that the name of Yaowang Valley sounded very domineering, and thought it was a high-end place. As a result, unexpectedly, it was a meeting of fake medicine dealers. Qin Yao saw Su Chen's stunned expression, and smiled with her eyes curved into crescents. Sun Zongjing couldn't help laughing and said, is it very unexpected? In fact, I was also surprised when I first came here. Su Chen smiled at Sun Zongjing and said, it's really a bit unexpected. Before, I thought that only some high-end medicinal materials were made here, but I didn't expect that there would be so many frauds. Sun Zongjing said, as long as there are more people, this kind of thing is inevitable. But, this thing is so fake. Has anyone been fooled? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Sun Zongjing smiled and said, for a genius doctor like you, these medicinal materials are obviously fake. However, for some ordinary people, it is not so easy to distinguish. Even a doctor like me who has been dealing with medicinal materials for half a lifetime will make mistakes from time to time. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, some medicinal materials are counterfeited quite successfully. If he was not so familiar with medicinal materials, he might have been deceived. At this time, Qin Yao suddenly interrupted. By the way, Mr. Sun, I heard that sometimes stall owners here do not know the goods, make mistakes and take out scarce medicinal materials, sell them as fakes at a low price, and end up being picked up by experts. Is that right? Sun Zongjing smiled and nodded. That's right. So, there are also many people who think they know a lot about medicinal materials, and they come to these stalls to pick up bargains. If they pick it up, they will not only make a profit, but also gain fame. Su Chen immediately understood this way of playing. Speaking of this, it's just like going to the antique market to pick antiques. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten, and everyone is competing for vision. Sun Zongjing nodded. That's right. Although An Linglang manages Yaowang Valley, she is only managing order. It is not allowed to bully people, force buying and selling, and hurt people. As for the authenticity of the goods, she is not responsible. Everyone buys and leaves, and it depends on their own eyesight. Maybe that's why so many people gather here. Qin Yao suddenly said excitedly to Su Chen, my benefactor, your medical skills are so great, why don't we go sweep these medicine stalls, and see if there are any medicine merchants who have made mistakes, and we can pick up bargains. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Su Chen was also a little tempted. However, thinking of Zhou Wanqiu's current situation, he still shook his head. Let's find the medicine I need first. After finding it, if we have time, we will go to pick up bargains. Yeah. Although Qin Yao loves to be lively, he also knows the priorities of things. Su Chen asked Sun Zongjing, old son, I want silver moon lotus and heaven heart grass. Is it only possible to look for them one by one in the stalls? Sun Zongjing said, that's not necessary. In addition to these small medicine stalls, Yaowang Valley has an official medicine shop. The goods there are more complete. We can just go and ask directly. Su Chen nodded. This is more reasonable. Then let's go buy medicine first. Su Chen decided. Sun Zongjing led the way, and the three of them soon came to an antique small building. There were 3 big characters written on it, Beikao Tang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Killing Qin Yao. Beikao Tang. Su Chen admired the name. It really looked like a place that specialized in selling medicinal herbs. But he didn't know what the medicinal herbs inside were like. The 3 of them stepped in. Wow. Such a strong smell of medicinal herbs. Qin Yao exclaimed as soon as they entered. Su Chen sniffed lightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This Beikao Tang is really good. Even just by the smell, Su Chen could tell that there were many rare medicinal herbs inside. Looking inside, he saw all kinds of medicinal herbs placed in glass counters of different sizes. Next to it, there was a card with various introductions, which explained the names, properties, years, and usage of the medicinal herbs. Even some medicinal herbs novices could understand it. Behind the glass counter was the drawer cabinet of a traditional pharmacy. Inside the counter, there were guys in uniform walking back and forth, introducing the herbs to customers, who were looking at them. Although it was not as lively as the street stalls outside, it looked more professional. Kyangsin lotus seeds, Yulinglang flowers, Bixudangsin. Not bad. There are really quite a few good herbs. Su Chen commented as he scanned the herbs on the counter. On the side, Sun Zongjing said with a smile, this Beikao Tang is said to be the property of Anlinglang. The best and most scarce herbs in the entire Medicine King Valley should be here. If you can't find it here, you can only try your luck at the stalls outside. But the probability is definitely not very high. Su Chen nodded. Anlinglang is the manager of Medicine King Valley. It's natural that her industry is the most powerful. Su Chen looked and searched. When his eyes saw the price marked on the herbs, he was slightly surprised. Ahad Heart 500,000, Yuang Body Seed 1.2 million, Dan King Blood 3 million. Su Chen was a little dumbfounded. Although these herbs are indeed relatively scarce, but aren't these prices a bit too much? I came to Bincheng and earned 5 million from Qin Wentian. I thought I was a rich man. As a result, it was just enough to buy 3 herbs. If I bought more, I would probably go bankrupt. Su Chen asked, old son, the price of these herbs. Before he could finish his words, Sun Zongjing said, a bit cheap, right? Su Chen was confused. He clearly wanted to say it was expensive, but old son actually said it was cheap. Sun Zongjing said, the Medicine King Valley is a place suitable for the growth of herbs, and there are more herbs here. In addition, many of the herbs in Beikao Tang are collected from nearby herbalists, so the cost is relatively small. That's why the price is cheaper. Su Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. In the village, my grandfather's medicine garden was full of herbs. Although there were not many herbs of this level, it was easy to find a lot of them. He thought that these herbs were just scarce herbs, not precious herbs. As a result, my goodness, each one was worth hundreds of thousands or millions. More valuable than himself. Originally, Su Chen thought that he had more than 4 million on him, which would definitely be enough to buy herbs. Now it seems that I may have to borrow money. Thinking of this, Su Chen glanced at Qin Yao. Fortunately, this rich woman is here. She should be able to lend him some. Thinking of borrowing money, Su Chen's face was painful. Grandpa, this old man, the herbs in the medicine garden are so valuable, and he asks me to treat the aunts and aunts in the village every day, to earn those 3 or 2 yuan. When I left the village, he didn't even tell me to take a few precious herbs as travel expenses. He walked around, while complaining in his heart. Qin Yao was also very excited. Like a little bird, she jumped and jumped, looking here and asking there. Her beautiful face and hot body attracted many male customers to secretly glance at her. Suddenly, Qin Yao asked, my benefactor, do you have any herbs here that I can use? I came here, don't go back empty-handed. Okay, I'll help you find it. Su Chen smiled. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed to the counter next to him, and there was a ginseng inside, but the color was yellow. On the card next to it, it was written, fragrant ginseng. Su Chen said, you may be able to use this fragrant ginseng. Take it as the main medicine, and I will give you some other medicinal materials to refine a few 10-day fragrant ginseng pills for you. After taking it, it will beautify your skin, activate your blood circulation, and make your body have a faint fragrance. After eating one, the fragrance can last for 10 days. Women care most about their appearance. Qin Yao was surprised when she heard this introduction. Okay, then I will buy this fragrant ginseng. Qin Yao spoke directly and asked the waiter, how much is this fragrant ginseng? I want it. She was too lazy to even bargain. The waiter was also very happy. Beauty, 500,000. Okay, pack it for me. Qin Yao didn't care about this little money at all. Wait a minute. At this moment, a delicate shout came from behind the 3 people. I want this fragrant ginseng. I'll pay 600,000. Footsteps sounded, and 3 figures walked over from the side. Qin Yao turned her head and looked, and her face changed immediately. The person who was speaking was a young and beautiful woman. She had fair and delicate skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a cherry-like mouth. She could be considered a beauty, but her lips were thin, which made her look a little mean. Behind her were 2 middle-aged men in tight clothes. There was a gleam in their eyes from time to time. They seemed to be martial artists. What bad luck. How did I meet this woman? Qin Yao looked unhappy. She explained to Su Chen, her name is Wei Ruiyu, and she was my mortal enemy when we were in college. Wei Ruiyu, why are you here? I'm buying things. Why are you making trouble? Qin Yao shouted angrily. Wenny Ruayu sneered. Why can't I be here? Besides, you are allowed to buy things here, but I'm not. If you want it, pay more than me, otherwise shut up. Kinyeo's beautiful eyes widened slightly. It was obviously me who saw it first. Isn't there a first come first served rule when buying things? As she spoke, Kinyeo asked the waiter, didn't I tell you to buy it just now? Wenny Ruayu said sarcastically, but they haven't bought it for you yet, which means they haven't sold it to you yet. Then I have the right to make an offer. The waiter was frightened by the dispute between the two, and he also knew that the two were not ordinary people. He was so scared that he dared not speak and called the store manager directly. The store manager of Beikeo Tang was Liu Qianjun, a short and fat man with a shrewd light in his small eyes. After finding out the whole story, he chuckled and said, ladies, my name is Liu Qianjun, and I'm the manager of Beikeo Tang. Please listen to me and tell her something fair. Then Liu Qianjun said to Kinyeo, Miss, although you did tell the waiter to pack the ginseng, we haven't collected your money yet, and we haven't given you the ginseng. So, we haven't made a deal. Besides, it seems that Miss Wei needs this medicinal material more. So, we at Beikeo Tang can only provide emergency help first. Wenny Ruayu was overjoyed when he heard Liu Qianjun say this. She pouted at Kinyeo proudly and said, Kinyeo, did you hear that? Manager Liu sold the ginseng to me. Kinyeo was immediately dissatisfied and said, Manager Liu, what kind of fair words are you talking about? You still talk about emergency relief. It's obvious that you just look at how much money she gave. Liu Qianjun lowered his head and smiled. If you insist on understanding it this way, I can't help it. Kinyeo was very angry. She said anxiously, then I'll pay 800,000. Liu Qianjun looked directly at Wenny Ruayu. Wenny Ruayu knew what she meant and said directly, I'll pay 1 million. Kinyeo followed up instantly, I'll pay 1.5 million. I'll pay 2 million. Wenny Ruayu spoke again, I'll pay 3 million. Kinyeo also glared. Wenny Ruayu said, I'll pay 5 million. Liu Qianjun was so happy that he was about to bloom. This time, it was equivalent to selling it at 10 times the price. There was a lot of noise here, and many people gathered around to watch the excitement. Kinyeo wanted to bid, but Su Chen directly pulled her back. Okay, it's not worth it. For this ginseng, anyone who spends more than 1 million is a sucker. Su Chen said lightly. Kinyeo calmed down instantly after hearing what Su Chen said. She immediately controlled her temper and said to Wenny Ruayu, okay, if you want 5 million, it's yours. Sucker Wenny Ruayu, you Wenny Datao. You are Kin Datao. Wenny Ruayu was very angry, and her chest rose and fell violently. Kinyeo smiled and said, I'm not a sucker, but you can call me Kin Action. Anyway, my breasts are bigger than yours. If you don't believe it, you can compare. As she spoke, Kinyeo held up her proud figure and moved forward. Su Chen was stunned. Kinyeo was really murderous this time. It turned out that she was not only crazy with him, but also more arrogant in front of her peers. Wenny Ruayu looked down at her set in stone figure and was so angry that she dodged her feet. Chapter 130 Sorry to bother you. Wenny Ruayu was so angry that she was about to explode. Kinyeo, Kinyeo laughed. What do you mean? Wenny Datao, pay up. The store manager Liu Qianjun was a little disappointed when he saw that Kinyeo did not continue to bid. However, he quickly wrapped up the ginseng and handed it to Wenny Ruayu. It seemed that he was afraid that the other party would regret it if he delayed for a while. Seeing Liu Qianjun's action, Wenny Ruayu's joy of grabbing the ginseng disappeared instantly. She paid the money with a dark face. Wenny Ruayu looked at Kinyeo coldly and said sarcastically, poor guy from a small place, don't fight with me if you don't have money. No matter how much you say, it can't change the nature of your poverty. Hearing this, Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even a rich second generation like Kinyeo was called a poor person. What about himself? Kinyeo sneered. Haha. You are so rich. Did you earn a penny of the money of the Wei family in the provincial capital? Wenny Ruayu glared angrily, and she bit her silver teeth lightly. Okay. Kinyao, you are sharp-tongued, but I won't argue with you. I just see what you want to buy, and I will take away what you buy. This lady is rich. Humph. Kinyao's face changed slightly. Buy whatever you want. You are so powerful, why don't you move the entire Baikao Tang to your home? I don't want to bother with you. As she spoke, Kinyao turned around and hugged Su Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Benefactor, let's go. Let's go pick some herbs." Su Chen nodded. Just now, Kinyao and Wei Ruiyu were arguing, and it was really inconvenient for him to participate. Fortunately, Kinyao didn't suffer any loss. The three continued to look around the counter. At this time, Wei Ruiyu followed them with 2 bodyguards. Kinyao saw this scene and curled her lips in disdain and said, "You are such a nagging follower." Su Chen asked curiously, "Where is this woman from? Why did she become your enemy?" "Oh, it's all my damn charm." Kinyao stretched out her hand to stroke her hair and pretended to be sad. "We were in the same university. The boy this woman liked looked down on her and chased me instead. I didn't like that guy at all, but she still hated me and targeted me everywhere. What can I do?" Looking at the arrogant Kinyao, Su Chen asked, "Then you didn't suffer any loss, did you?" Kinyao smiled and said, "How could I suffer any loss? I just told that boy that I don't hate Gigi either, but Wei Roy was too scary. I was afraid that Wei Roy would hurt him after accepting him, so I could only refuse. Then, that boy disliked her even more. Oh my god. It turns out that Master Qin is also a tea art teacher." Su Chen gave Kinyao a thumbs up in his heart. "Okay, benefactor, let's not talk about her anymore. Help me pick out the herbs. I want better herbs than the ginseng just now," Kinyao said coquettishly. Su Chen nodded and helped Kinyao pick out another fire-melting lotus. The price was 300,000. As a result, Wei Ruiyu jumped out and asked to raise the price. Kinyao was not convinced and kept raising the price. However, when it was 3 million, Su Chen stopped her. Wei Ruiyu was very happy to get the fire-melting lotus. On the side, the happier person was Liu Qianjun, the store manager of Baikao Tang. He made a lot of money again. Liu Qianjun did not receive other customers and followed the 2 groups of people attentively. Stinky follower. Although Wei Ruiyu spent a lot of money again, Kinyao was still a little angry. Su Chen saw Kinyao's expression and immediately understood. "I will avenge you now," Su Chen said. Then, Su Chen started looking again. Suddenly, he quietly pulled Kinyao over. "Yao, there is a moonlight begonia in the counter over there. Make it into medicine. It will have the effect of whitening and brightening women's skin. The person beside the wine shop is like the moon, and the wrist is like frost and snow. This moonlight begonia has this effect. I will help you lure Wei Ruiyu away, and you go and buy it secretly." Su Chen deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to whisper, but he controlled his voice to ensure that the 2 dark power masters beside Wei Ruiyu could hear it. Sure enough, he had just finished speaking. The middle-aged man next to Wei Ruiyu's eyes lit up and smiled. He leaned over to Wei Ruiyu and whispered a few words. Wei Ruiyu immediately showed a smug smile on her face. She didn't wait for Kinyao to move at all and walked directly to the counter. "Manager Liu, pack this moonlight begonia for me." Liu Qianjun was stunned and then looked at Kinyao. He had tasted the sweetness of both ends. Sure enough, Kinyao ran over angrily. "I want this moonlight begonia too. I'll give you 700,000. Haha. Do you want to compare your money with mine?" Wei Ruiyu sneered. "I'll give you 3 million. She raised the price directly. This time, Su Chen did not pull Kinyao, but nodded to her secretly. This scene was coincidentally seen by Wei Ruiyu again. Kinyao shouted, "I'll give you 4 million. I'll give you 5 million. Wei Ruiyu raised her voice. Kinyao gritted her teeth and said, "I'll give you 10 million. Wei Ruiyu was stunned. This number was not small. But seeing Kinyao's determination, she said hard, "I'll give you 20 million. At this time, Kinyao smiled sweetly. "Then I'll give it to you, Wei Datao." Wei Ruiyu was stunned and seemed very surprised. But Kinyao did not speak. but smiled at Su Chen. Liu Kai and Jin immediately handed the wrapped moonlight begonia to Weni Ruiyu. Weni Ruiyu paid the money with some heartache and looked at Kinyao Iao proudly. As a result, Kinyao Iao was not depressed at all, but laughed out loud. Weni Datao, you are really a sucker, spending 20 million to buy a weed. Kinyao Iao mocked. Just now, Su Chen had told her that this moonlight begonia was a fake. What did you say? Weni Ruiyu glared at her, and she scolded. You are just saying that grapes are sour because you can't eat them. At the side, Liu Kai and Jin also said in a deep voice, Miss, please don't insult our Beikeo Tang. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out of the store. Kinyao Iao suddenly didn't know how to refute. Su Chen said calmly, isn't it okay for people to tell the truth? The real moonlight begonia is pink under the light, and the root system below must have 18 branches. The pink color of your moonlight begonia under the light is wrong. There are traces of dying. Although the root system has 18 branches, it is cut from 20 branches. So, this is just a close relative of the moonlight begonia, the Yingguang begonia, which has no medicinal value. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a weed. Liu Kai and Jin's face changed drastically. What Su Chen said was true. When Ruiyu saw Liu Kai and Jin's face, how could she not understand? She glared at Liu Kai and Jin fiercely. Liu Kai and Jin squeezed out a smile and said, Miss Weni, the rule here is that you have to buy and leave. Whether you make a mistake or not depends on your personal eyesight. Besides, even our store often receives fakes, and we just grit our teeth and accept it. Hearing this, Weni Ruiyu was furious, but she couldn't vent it. She turned her head suddenly to look at Kinyao Iao, gritting her teeth and said, little bitch, you dare to deliberately do something to me. Kinyao Iao was not afraid at all, and retorted, the one who teases first is a bitch. I bought my things properly, but you insisted on snatching them. In the end, you didn't have good eyesight, and you blamed me. Lulu. After that, she made a face at Weni Ruiyu to anger her. Weni Ruiyu was immediately furious. She pointed at Kinyao Iao and said angrily, Master Chen, Master He, tear this little bitch's mouth to pieces for me. The two middle-aged men behind Weni Ruiyu walked up directly and forced Kinyao Iao. On the side, Liu Kai and Jin hurriedly said, everyone, you should know the rules of our Medicine King Valley. Miss Linglang has personally ordered that it is not allowed to bully or hurt people by taking advantage of one's power. Humph. Weni Ruiyu said angrily, get out of here. I will explain to Linglang in person. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that Weni Ruiyu might also know Linglang. Two middle-aged men came forward with grim smiles on their faces. Just as they were about to fight, Su Chen said calmly, you two, let the girls solve their conflicts by themselves. Isn't it a bit too much for you two grown men to bully women? Fuck you. What's your business? I'll knock you down first. Master Chen shouted angrily. He actually grabbed Su Chen. Ah. Su Chen sighed and kicked directly. Bang. Master Chen was like a cannonball, flying backwards for more than 10 meters, flew out of Beikeo Tang, and lay on the ground without any movement. Everyone was stunned. Liu Kai and Jin was stunned. Weni Ruiyu was even more dumbfounded. Only Kinyao Iao jumped up happily. Wow, benefactor, you are awesome. Su Chen smiled, looked at the remaining Master He, and asked, do you want to knock me down too? Master He stood there, swallowed his saliva, and dared not speak. He grunted for a long time before saying, sorry to bother you. Then, he pulled up Weni Ruiyu who was still in a daze and left quickly. Liu Kai and Jin quickly forced an awkward smile on his face. He finally understood that this seemingly harmless young man was definitely a martial arts master. But Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. This man gave him a very bad impression, greedy for money and power hungry. Without Weni Ruiyu's trouble, Su Chen picked several good medicinal materials for Kinyao Iao. This time, Liu Kai and Jin did not dare to raise the price again. During this period, Su Chen also found one of the two medicinal materials he needed, Shiangsan grass. Shiangsan grass has been found. Next, we just need to find Yunai lotus to complete the task. Su Chen thought to himself. However, Su Chen searched the Beikeo Tang from top to bottom and did not find a single Yunai lotus. Sun Zongjing sighed and said, we can only go to the stalls outside and try our luck. The three were about to leave when they were suddenly attracted by a quarrel. I saw a young man holding a piece of moss-covered wood and arguing with Liu Qianjun. When Su Chen saw the piece of wood clearly, his eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 131 Ebony Flame Ganoderma. A group of people had gathered around the dispute between the young man and Liu Qianjun. Su Chen said, let's go and take a look. Okay. King Yao was excited. She loved excitement. Sun Zongjing thought that Su Chen also liked to watch the excitement. But he didn't know that what attracted Su Chen was the piece of black wood in the young man's hand. The three of them approached. They only saw the young man pleading with Liu Qianjun. Manager Liu, please. Only 100,000 yuan. If my father didn't need surgery, I would definitely not sell it. This is really a precious medicinal material, passed down by my grandfather. He will definitely not lie to me. As he spoke, the man handed the black wood in his hand to Liu Qianjun. Liu Qianjun looked disgusted. I told you, Bei Tang won't accept it. Your grandfather said it was a precious medicinal material, so it is really a precious medicinal material. Do you really think I'm stupid? The young man almost knelt down, and he said with tears in his eyes, Manager Liu, I really didn't lie to you. This piece of wood is my grandfather in the crater. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Liu Qianjun. Okay. Stop making up. I can hear thousands of such stories a year. Please be more serious when selling fake medicine. Make the things more real. At least show respect to me. You dare to cheat me of 100,000 with a rotten piece of wood. It's really funny. The people around also laughed. This kid came to Bei Tang to sell fake medicine. It's really showing off his sword in front of Guangdong. The key is that he is too careless in counterfeiting. He just wants to rely on acting skills, and he doesn't have any counterfeiting skills. Like him, he is completely selling fake medicine by telling stories. It's a pity that Manager Liu doesn't listen to his story at all. Ha ha ha. The onlookers made fun of him. The young man's face flushed when he heard this. He wanted to refute, but didn't know how to start. I want this wood. At this time, a clear voice sounded. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. Su Chen and the other two walked into the crowd. The young man was overjoyed and hurried over. Sir, my name is Wanqiu. Are you serious? Do you really want to buy this herb from me? The young man Wanqiu was as excited as if he had met a savior. Su Chen nodded. That's right. Wanqiu hurriedly bowed to Su Chen. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, Liu Jun on the side suddenly said, Sir, don't be fooled. This person is purely here to cheat money. I can encounter such things several times a day. The onlookers on the side also spoke up. That's right. There are too many scammers like this in the medicinal materials market. Manager Liu is the owner of Bei Tang. He has the most experience in this kind of thing. Young man, you should listen to his advice more. On the side, the young man Wanqiu was a little flustered, as if he was afraid that his only customer would be scared away. He hurriedly said, Sir, I really didn't lie. This piece of wood is really a medicinal material. My grandfather asked me to keep it well before he died. If someone in my family didn't need to have an operation urgently, I would never sell it. TSK. Liu Qianjun curled his lips. I've heard this story thousands of times. Wanqiu looked ugly. At this time, Su Chen said, I believe you. After that, Su Chen directly transferred 200,000 to Wanqiu. You gave too much. Wanqiu said quickly. Su Chen smiled. Not much. You can take it to treat your family's illness. A flash of excitement flashed through Su Chen's heart. If this piece of wood is really as he thought, it would not be too much for him to give Wanqiu 2 million. Yeah. Wanqiu was so excited that tears came out. Thank you, kind man. After saying that, he hurriedly bowed deeply to Su Chen and then walked away quickly. Looking at Wanqiu's back as he walked away quickly, Liu Qianjun sneered. If you don't listen to the old man's advice, you will suffer in front of you. Did you see that the liar got the money and ran away as soon as he got it? On the side, the onlookers also laughed at Su Chen. Young people. They are just blindly confident. It's normal to pay tuition for drilling. It's normal to pay tuition, but so many people persuaded him, and there was a professional person like manager Liu to stop him, but he still got deceived. This can be said to be a fool. Everyone laughed again and again. At this time, Sun Zongjing advised, Zhou Chen, you don't have to take everyone's words to heart. I often felt like this when I was young, thinking that everyone was wrong, and I was lucky, but the facts proved that I was wrong. Qin Yao said proudly, what do these people know? My benefactor is eager to do good. Seeing that Wang Qiang was short of money, he deliberately gave him money in the name of buying this rotten wood. Benefactor, am I right? Qin Yao looked at Su Chen with a smile, with an expression of I know you best. Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Chen. As a result, Su Chen shook his head at Qin Yao. No, I bought this wood because it is indeed a precious medicinal material. Su Chen said seriously. Qin Yao was stunned. At this time, the store manager Liu Qianjun said disdainfully, haha, young man, you admitted it when you were wrong, and now you are still stubborn. Su Chen looked at him coldly, then gently grabbed the black wood with both hands. Su Chen exerted force suddenly. In an instant, the wood, which looked like it was burnt, began to crackle and drop debris. What is this guy doing? Maybe he feels cheated and wants to break the wood out of anger. Maybe he thinks there is some treasure inside. He is probably blinded by it. Amid the mockery of the crowd, more and more black chips fell off the black wood. This black wood looks like it was burnt, but in fact, it is very hard. Su Chen's hands would break even steel bars, but this black wood only dropped some debris. However, the black outside soon fell off, and Su Chen gently broke it. Crack. After a crisp sound, the black wood broke into two pieces. In the middle, a fiery red Ganoderma lucidum appeared. Its color was bright and dazzling like a burning flame. In an instant, the crowd who were originally watching the excitement were boiling. Damn. There's something. There's a medicinal herb hidden in that piece of blackwood. What kind of medicinal herb is this? How can it be hidden in blackwood? Ebony flame Ganoderma. This is ebony flame Ganoderma. It turns out that the legendary ebony flame Ganoderma actually came out like this. What? This is ebony flame Ganoderma? I remember that a few years ago, this kind of medicinal herb appeared in the provincial auction house once, and it seemed to be sold for a sky-high price of more than 10 billion. Now, it's probably tens of billions. Damn. 200,000 for tens of billions. It turns out that we are the idiots. Everyone's eyes changed. The eyes looking at Su Chen were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were also many people who cast sympathetic eyes on Liu Qianjun. After all, the young man Wang Qiang just now was the seller he first found. Liu Qianjun's face turned green and red. A great opportunity came to him, but he gave it away personally. More importantly, this matter might spread quickly. When it gets to An Linglong's ears, his position as the head of Beikei Tang will probably be handed over to someone else. Thinking of this, Liu Qianjun raised his hand. Snap. Snap. He slapped himself twice. However, no one on Su Chen's side cared about him at all. Qin Yao jumped up excitedly and hung directly on Su Chen. My benefactor. You are so awesome. This medicinal material is hidden so secretly, and you found it. You are so awesome. Qin Yao held Su Chen's head with both hands and shouted excitedly. Su Chen only felt a black shadow coming in front of him, and he almost couldn't breathe. He quickly put Qin Yao down and took a breath. Good guy. It's too fierce. It's almost killing people. Su Chen smiled and said, okay, don't be too excited. Qin Yao nodded, but looking at her expression, she was still very excited and difficult to control. Sun Zongjing on the side was so excited that his face turned red, not to mention a woman like Qin Yao who was so impetuous. At this time, Liu Qianjun on the side had a gloomy face. He stepped forward and said, Sir, can I discuss something with you? I'm willing to pay 300 million to buy this ebony flame Ganoderma in your hand. Is that okay? The people around were all shocked. Just now, when they talked about how much the ebony flame Ganoderma was worth, it was all speculation. Now, Beikei Tang directly offered a price. Everyone was excited and felt that they were going to witness a big deal. However, Su Chen shook his head and said, sorry, I won't sell it. Everyone was in an uproar. Su Chen's face was indifferent. This ebony flame Ganoderma can only grow around volcanoes, even in grandpa's medicine garden. There is not a single one. Not only that, the growth and formation of ebony flame Ganoderma depends entirely on the right time and place, and it cannot be cultivated artificially. If you miss this one, you don't know when you will encounter the next one. More importantly, Su Chen has a powerful martial arts method that just needs this herb. So, no matter what, Su Chen will not transfer it. Liu Qianjun looked unwilling, and he quickly said, we can still talk about the price. Su Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, Manager Liu. No matter how much you offer, I won't transfer it. Liu Qianjun's face was full of frustration. The people around him also sighed and envied. At this moment, a surprised voice came. Ebony flame Ganoderma? Then, a figure ran over from the door. A big hand suddenly grabbed the ebony flame Ganoderma in a Su Chen's hand. Chapter 132 Pretty Widow. Su Chen dodged, and the hand grabbed nothing. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes. A majestic figure appeared in the middle of the crowd, standing opposite Su Chen. The man was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was tall, with fierce eyes, and a scary scar on his round face from the corner of his eye to the ear. He looked like a character who was not easy to mess with. Boy, you reacted quickly. The middle-aged man praised Su Chen, and then said, I, Ding Dong Heo, want this ebony flame fungus. Hearing the name Ding Dong Heo, several people in the crowd changed their faces. Some even quietly left Bei Ko Tang. Boy, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Give me this medicinal material. Ding Dong Heo's face was full of arrogance, as if it was a matter of course. Su Chen looked at him and said lightly, do you think you have such a big face, just because you have a big face? Ding Dong Heo was instantly furious. Boy, you are looking for death. As he spoke, he was about to take action. At this time, Liu Qianjun on the side hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Ding, please don't be impulsive. You can't fight in Yaowan Valley, you can't bully people. It's Missen who set the rules. Liu Qianjun stood in the middle, very anxious. He missed the ebony flame Ganoderma, which was a big mistake. If someone made a fuss in Beikeo Hall, it would definitely attract Linglong's attention. At that time, the person who would be punished would definitely be him. However, Ding Dong Heo smiled coldly, and Linglong's rules don't apply to me. Liu Qianjun was stunned. Su Chen looked at the arrogant Ding Dong Heo with cold eyes. Now it seems that Linglong, the so-called manager, can only manage some ordinary people. She doesn't have much control over some people of extraordinary status. And the Ding Dong Heo in front of him is such a person. However, although Ding Dong Heo said that he didn't care about Linglong, he didn't continue to take action. He walked forward slowly and said to Su Chen, boy, I won't bully you. You spent 200,000 yuan to buy this ebony flame fungus. I'll give in and also pay 200,000 yuan so that you won't suffer any loss. How about that? Not so good. Su Chen's expression was calm. Liu Qianjun had offered 300 million yuan to buy it, but he refused. As a result, Ding Dong Heo wanted to buy it for only 200,000 yuan, and he looked very fair, which was disgusting. Seeing Su Chen's refusal without hesitation, Ding Dong Heo's face darkened. Boy, don't be shameless. I, Ding Dong Heo, will definitely take this medicinal material. Besides, I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to offer this medicinal material to the White Dragon King of the provincial capital. I don't believe that you dare to snatch things from Lord Long. Hearing Ding Dong Heo's words, Liu Qianjun's face changed instantly. The onlookers were also shocked, and some even turned around and left without even watching the excitement. It seemed that this White Dragon King was some kind of terrifying figure. Sun Zongjing seemed to remember something, and his face looked a little ugly. He stepped forward and whispered to Su Chen, Zhou Chen, this White Dragon King seems to be a big shot in the provincial capital. If it doesn't work. He didn't continue to say the next words, but the meaning was already very clear. However, Su Chen shook his head. Old son, this medicinal material is very useful to me. I can't give it up. King Yao immediately echoed, that's right. We found it ourselves, why should we give it to others? Who cares about the White Dragon King or the Black Dragon King? It's not okay to rob us. Sun Zongjing smiled and stopped persuading. Boy, have you thought about it? Ding Dong Heo had a determined smile on his face. Are you sure you want to rob the White Dragon King's things? Su Chen looked at Ding Dong Heo with disdain. It was obviously a medicinal material that he picked up, but in Ding Dong Heo's mouth, it became the White Dragon King's, which was really funny. With this kind of style, let alone wanting to use this ebony flame fungus for cultivation, even if he didn't need it, he would not give it to such a person. Sorry, you don't have such a big face, neither does this White Dragon King, Su Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Ding Dong Heo shouted, how dare you? How dare you humiliate Lord Long? As he spoke, he stomped on the ground. Crack. A burst of sound was heard. The floor shattered in an instant. Ding Dong Heo used the force and rushed directly towards Su Chen. A pair of big hands, condensed with strong and profound energy, seemed to tear Su Chen apart alive. At this moment, a cold shout sounded. Stop. Suddenly, a red shadow rushed directly into Baikeo Hall. Su Chen looked closely and saw that the person who came was a beautiful woman who looked only in her 30s. The beautiful woman came later but arrived first, and her beautiful hand directly touched Ding Dong Heo's arm. Ding Dong Heo was struck by lightning and quickly dodged. Pretty widow. Ding Dong Heo's face was ugly, and he spat out 3 words. The people around were noisy. This woman was the first guard under Linglong. Pretty widow. The rules of Medicine King Valley were established by the man in front of him who killed with his sword. The pretty widow looked at everyone around with frosty eyes. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not look at each other. Liu Qianjun, the manager of Baikeo Tang, looked even uglier, because what happened here could not be concealed. The pretty widow did not mean to hold him accountable now, but looked at Su Chen and Ding Dong Heo. Fighting and bullying are prohibited in Medicine King Valley. Don't you know that, Mr. Ding? Or are you deliberately provoking? The pretty widow went straight to Ding Dong Heo. A trace of fear flashed in Ding Dong Heo's eyes. Through the brief fight just now, he already knew that he was probably not the opponent of this pretty widow. Haha. Ding Dong Heo said with a fake smile. I'm just doing business with this little brother. There's no fighting, let alone bullying. The pretty widow looked at him coldly and said, fighting is prohibited in Medicine King Valley. I don't care about your disputes. If you fight here, don't blame me for being rude. Ding Dong Heo laughed dryly and said, I will definitely give face to Miss Linglong and the pretty widow. But, as he spoke, Ding Dong Heo turned his eyes to Su Chen. Boy, I will definitely take the ebony flame Ganoderma. Although fighting and killing are not allowed in Medicine King Valley, it's hard to say outside. Boy, cherish the rest of your time. Ding Dong Heo left a threat and turned away. Everyone looked at Su Chen with pity. It was obvious that Ding Dong Heo had already wanted to kill him. In their opinion, it was too stupid to lose his life because of a medicinal herb and so-called face. However, the pretty widow did not leave at this time. Do you have ebony flame Ganoderma? The pretty widow turned around and looked at Su Chen, staring at the herb in his hand. Her originally calm face was actually a little more excited. My friend, can you transfer this ebony flame Ganoderma to our Medicine King Valley? I'm willing to pay 1 billion. The pretty widow made a direct offer. Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, the pretty widow also took a fancy to this herb and was willing to spend so much money. However, Su Chen shook his head. Sorry, I need this herb. The pretty widow quickly added, the price is negotiable. If it is less than 1.5 billion, I can make the decision. If it is more than 1.5 billion, I will discuss it with Miss Linglong. If you agree to transfer it to us, we in the Medicine King Valley will help you solve Ding Dong Heo's problem. After saying that, she looked at Su Chen expectantly. However, Su Chen still shook his head. It's not a matter of price, it's that this herb is useful to me. In addition, in my eyes, Ding Dong Heo's threat is nothing. Hearing this answer, everyone was in an uproar. They all felt that Su Chen was pretending. A trace of disappointment flashed across the face of the pretty widow, but she didn't say much. In that case, then you be careful. After saying that, she flashed and left directly. Su Chen and the other two walked out of Baikeo Tang in the complex gazes of envy and jealousy. Although they accidentally obtained a ebony flame fungus, they had not found the silver moon lotus that Zhou Wanqiu needed. Su Chen had to continue looking for it in the stalls outside. Next to him, Sun Zongjing reminded Zhou Chen, I have heard some legends about the White Dragon King. He is a big man at the level of the overlord of the provincial capital. You must be careful. Su Chen nodded. Well, old son, I understand. It's okay. My benefactor is the best at fighting. No matter whether he is the White Dragon King or the Black Dragon King, he will be beaten into a Loach King. Hehe. King Yao said with a smile. Looking at King Yao's heartless appearance, Sun Zongjing could only smile. These young people still don't know the horror of the White Dragon King. The three continued to wander around the medicine stalls outside, looking for the silver moon grass. What surprised the three was that they were lucky enough to actually find it. The person selling the herbs was an old man with gold teeth. Old sir, how much is this silver moon grass? Su Chen asked. The old man with gold teeth looked Su Chen and the other two up and down, and said with a smile, 1 million. Su Chen frowned slightly. After wandering around Baikao and the stalls outside today, he already had a certain understanding of the prices of herbs in the outside world. For a herb like silver moon grass, selling it for 100,000 or 200,000 is not too much. But 1 million is indeed a bit outrageous. It is estimated that the old man with gold teeth saw the three people's outfits, especially seeing Kin Yao dressed like a rich girl, and was ready to make a fortune from them. Su Chen said, 100,000. The old man with gold teeth said, 800,000. The two bargained for a while and finally agreed on 350,000. Su Chen was too lazy to argue anymore and said directly, okay, then 350,000. At this moment, an accident happened suddenly. Chapter 133 Domineering Ding Dong Heyo. Su Chen agreed on the price with the old man with golden teeth, and was about to transfer the money. At this time, a rough voice came. I want this silver moon grass. I don't bargain. 1 million. Hearing this, the old man with golden teeth was ecstatic, and the action of handing the silver moon grass to Su Chen stopped. Su Chen frowned. The old man seemed to want to wait for a price. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. Ding Dong Heo stepped over with a sinister smile on his face. It's this bastard again. King Yao said angrily. Ding Dong Heo walked directly to the side of the stall with a sneer on his face. He first glanced at Su Chen, then turned to look at the old man with golden teeth. Did you hear what I just said? 1 million. I want this silver moon grass. The old man with golden teeth grinned immediately, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed like chrysanthemums. Okay. If you offer 1 million, I will definitely sell it to you. Ding Dong Heo looked at Su Chen proudly. After he came out of Baikao, he had been paying attention to Su Chen. Soon, he found out that Su Chen seemed to be looking for some kind of medicinal material. After asking a few stall owners, he knew that Su Chen was looking for the silver moon grass. When Su Chen finally found it, he rushed out to interfere. Boy, I know you need the silver moon grass urgently. As long as you give me the ebony flame Ganoderma now, I will give you the silver moon grass. Ding Dong Heo said. The pretty widow noticed the ebony flame Ganoderma and put some pressure on Ding Dong Heo. He was also worried that Su Chen would sell it to the pretty widow, so he used the silver moon grass worth 1 million to exchange it. However, Su Chen didn't buy it. Su Chen turned to look at the old man with gold teeth and said calmly, didn't I come here first? The old man with gold teeth chuckled. I'm selling medicinal herbs. I'm looking for money, so I'll give it to whoever pays more. On the side, Ding Dong Heo laughed and said, boy, I advise you to think about it again. There is still a chance to save it. If you continue to be stubborn, you may lose your life in the end. Su Chen looked at him coldly, and then looked at the old man with gold teeth. Aren't you looking for money? How about selling me for 2 million? The old man with gold teeth was startled, and his face suddenly became overjoyed. He knew that he was going to have a great fortune. Of course. The highest bidder wins. I'm the most fair old man. The old man with gold teeth instantly fell to Su Chen. Ding Dong Heo's face changed slightly, and he glared at the old man with gold teeth. However, the old man with gold teeth ignored him at all. I'll pay 3 million. Ding Dong Heo shouted. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face and spoke again. I'll give you 4 million. The old man with the golden teeth smiled. Ding Dong Heo spoke again directly. I'll give you 5 million. Su Chen was slightly startled. When he left the village, he didn't bring much money at all. Later, he earned 5 million from Qin Wentian by treating Qin Yao. However, he spent a lot of the 5 million on buying clothes, leaving only more than 4 million. It can be said that in addition to the more than 4 million, the most valuable thing in Su Chen's hand is the ebony flame fungus. Of course, the grandfather's medicine garden in the village is a treasury, but it is not Su Chen's, and it has not been converted into cash. At this time, Ding Dong Heo offered 5 million, and he really couldn't keep up. After a calculation, Su Chen looked at the rich young woman Qin Yao. How much money do you have? Qin Yao watched Su Chen and Ding Dong Heo fighting, and she said excitedly, "Don't worry, benefactor, fight him. I still have more than 160 million in pocket money. If it doesn't work, I can ask my dad to transfer another 200 million. Let's fight him to the end." Hearing this, Su Chen was a little surprised. With 160 million in pocket money, he can always get another 200 million. When he thought about when he just got Qin Wentian's 5 million, he still felt that he was very rich. Now think about it, he is really a bit of a bumpkin. Okay. Consider it a loan from you, and I will pay you back later. Su Chen said. Grandpa's medicine garden is full of expensive and precious medicinal materials. Su Chen thinks that he is also a rich man, not that he can't pay back. At worst, he will steal a few herbs from the old man and sell them. If he is found by Grandpa, he will be beaten at most. Besides, he can also use his medical skills to treat those big shots and make a lot of money quickly. I can always pay it back. Su Chen calculated in his heart. Then, he said directly, I'll give you 10 million. Su Chen doubled the price. Ding Dong Heo was stunned. The old man with gold teeth who was selling medicine also suspected that he had heard it wrong. Seeing this scene, the stall owners around stopped selling medicine and gathered around. Damn. Big Gold Teeth has made a fortune now. Yeah, a silver moon grass can be sold for so much money. I wish I could buy one. This must be because someone is fighting. It's obvious that the young man wants the silver moon grass, and the strong man is deliberately looking for trouble. The discussion of the crowd brought Ding Dong Heo back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and said to Big Gold Teeth, I'll give you 20 million. Big Gold Teeth didn't know what expression to use. He looked at Su Chen woodenly. Su Chen's expression was calm, and he said, I'll give you 30 million. I'll give you 50 million. Ding Dong Heo followed. I'll give you 60 million. Su Chen said, I'll give you 80 million. Su Chen spoke again. I'll give you 100 million. Everyone was numb. Ding Dong Heo stared, gritting his teeth. I'll pay 120 million. 150 million. Su Chen's face was calm. Ding Dong Heo shouted angrily, I'll pay 200 million. You win. It's yours. Su Chen made a pleased gesture, then turned around and left. Sun Zongjing and Qin Yao were stunned, almost unable to react, and quickly turned around to follow. Qin Yao came forward and said, My benefactor, why are you leaving? I told you that I can ask my dad to get another 200 million at any time. Let's fight that bastard. Su Chen shook his head and said, No need, he will personally send the silver moon lotus to me. Qin Yao was confused. She couldn't figure out why Ding Dong Heo would personally send the silver moon lotus to Su Chen. Sun Zongjing, who was standing aside, seemed to have thought of something and looked at Su Chen deeply. After the three left, in front of the Big Gold Tooth stall, Ding Dong Heo and the Big Gold Tooth were awkwardly confronted, and the two didn't know what to say. The onlookers at the scene were in an uproar. Damn. This young man gave up so easily? It ended too suddenly, didn't it? It's already 200 million. A silver moon grass, 200 million. This is not a sky high price, it's a bullshit price. I think this young man withdrew in time. After all, this strong man wanted to disgust him. There is no point in following him. Now he can disgust the strong man. Big Gold Teeth is the final winner. I'm so envious. The onlookers had different opinions. Big Gold Teeth laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't open. However, Ding Dong Heo, who was opposite him, had a gloomy face, like a bomb, that could explode at any time. Just as Ding Dong Heo was about to step up, Big Gold Teeth quickly handed him the silver moon lotus and said, "This, sir, your silver moon lotus." Big Gold Teeth was also an old hand. He didn't mention the 200 million at all, but told Ding Dong Heo to take the silver moon lotus. Ding Dong Heo looked at him coldly and took the silver moon lotus directly. He knew that Su Chen would definitely need the silver moon lotus, and he might use it if he kept it in his hand. After that, he walked away without mentioning the money. Seeing this, Dazzling couldn't hold it back any longer. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "Sir, you just quoted 200 million. Why are you leaving like this?" Ding Dong Heo looked at Dazzling coldly and said, "You want to take 200 million from me with this broken silver moon grass?" Dazzling glared. "What do you want to do? Are you trying to default on your debt? I tell you, this place is managed by Miss Linglang. If you dare to default on your debt, don't blame me for inviting Miss Linglang. Do you think that, if you bring up Linglang, she can suppress me?" Ding Dong Heo sneered. "I, Ding Dong Heo, have worked for the White Dragon King for many years, and no one can suppress me." Everyone's face changed. Big Gold Teeth's voice trembled. "Are you the White Dragon King's man?" Ding Dong Heo nodded and sneered. "Even if you move Linglang out, I can only give face to the people behind her and give you 200 million temporarily. But, after leaving Medicine King Valley, are you sure you still have the life to spend this money?" Big Gold Teeth's face was ugly. This threat was too direct. Ding Dong Heo glanced at him and directly transferred 10,000 yuan. "This is the money for the silver moon grass. Let's trade fairly. Don't say I'm bullying you." After saying that, he picked up the silver moon grass and walked away. Big Gold Teeth's face was livid, but he didn't dare to stop him. He was really afraid of the reputation of the White Dragon King. The people watching around were also laughed at this reversal. Big Gold Teeth's face turned green and red. If he had sold the silver moon grass to Su Chen obediently, he could have made 350,000 yuan. As a result, he was greedy for money and wanted to take advantage of the two people's quarrel to get more. In the end, the price reached 200 million, but he only got 10,000. 1 foot in the sky, 1 foot in the ground, the gap is too big. Thinking of this, Dazzling wanted to slap himself. If he couldn't make 350,000, he had to do it himself. In a hotel near the medicinal materials market, King Yao Iao's mortal enemy Weni Ruiyu had a gloomy face. Opposite her was a man in a black robe. Weni Ruiyu gritted his teeth. "Master Chu, I invited you here temporarily this time to ask you to help me deal with a few people. But they have a master over there. The master is a young man in his early 20s, but his martial arts skills may have reached the level of Zhou Wanqiu. My dark force guard was kicked away by him." The man in black pouted and said, "He is in his 20s, at most he has just entered the Zhou Wanqiu. It's easy for me to deal with him." "That's great." Weni Ruiyu's eyes showed excitement. Chapter 134 and Linglang arrives. Not far from the medicinal materials market, there is a magnificent villa. The person living here is the manager of Medicine King Valley, and Linglang. In the beautiful garden, the pretty widow stood in front of a beautiful woman. This woman had a delicate and beautiful face. Her eyebrows and eyes were like distant mountains, and her nose and mouth were just right, giving people a sense of tranquility and calmness. Even the pretty widow, who already had a good appearance, could not snatch the woman's charm. This woman was the manager of Medicine King Valley, and Linglang. "Linglang, I have confirmed that the man did have the ebony flame Ganoderma. However, no matter what price I offer, he is unwilling to transfer it." The pretty widow looked a little annoyed. It was completely different from the indifferent performance in front of Su Chen. After listening to this, and Linglang frowned slightly. "Does it mean that we really have no hope at all?" The pretty widow nodded and said, "Looking at the attitude of that boy, he is quite determined. It seems that he wants to do something with the ebony flame Ganoderma. But what?" And Linglang asked. The pretty widow hesitated. Ding Dong Heo, a subordinate of the White Dragon King, has set his sights on that boy. If he does not hand over the ebony flame Ganoderma to Ding Dong Heo, he will probably be killed and robbed by Ding Dong Heo after leaving the valley. This may be our opportunity. And Linglang pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Okay. Then I will go to him in person. See if I can convince him." The pretty widow was stunned. You go in person? And Linglong gathered the hair by her ears, revealing her fair face. What's wrong with me going in person? I'm not ashamed to be seen. Ahem. As she spoke, and Linglong coughed twice, the pretty widow quickly handed over the water and medicine, with a trace of heartache in her eyes. On the other side, Su Chen, Qin Yao Iao and Sun Zongjing walked around for a while and then found a restaurant to eat. The Yaowang Valley Medicinal Materials Market is so lively that the surrounding catering, entertainment, accommodation and other projects have naturally developed. Su Chen and the other two wanted to be quiet, so they asked for a private room and ordered some wild game that they couldn't eat in Bincheng. The three of them walked around for so long and were hungry, so they ate very happily. While eating, Qin Yao Iao was still thinking about the bidding with Ding Dong Hao. We shouldn't have withdrawn. I'll ask my dad for money, and I'm sure I can get a few $100 million. If I'm really anxious, $1 billion is not impossible. Qin Yao Iao was still upset. Besides, without the silver moon grass, what will happen to Grandpa Zhao's illness? Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. Ding Dong Hao will personally send the silver moon grass to me. My benefactor, he's not a fool. Why would he send it to me? I don't believe it. Qin Yao Iao said, how about we make a bet? What bet? Su Chen asked. I bet that Ding Dong Hao won't send the silver moon grass. If so, I win. If he really sends it, you win. Qin Yao Iao said. Su Chen smiled. Okay. What's the bet? Qin Yao Iao's eyes turned and smiled. If I win, you kiss me. If you win, I'll kiss you. Ahem. Hearing Qin Yao Iao's bet, Sun Zongjing almost choked on a mouthful of tea. Su Chen hurried forward to help him breathe. Qin Yao Iao also hurriedly handed over a tissue. After a long time, Sun Zongjing returned to normal. He smiled bitterly and said, you young people talk too exciting. I, an old man, can't keep up. Sun Zongjing's ridicule made Su Chen blush a little. He glanced at Qin Yao Iao, but the other party laughed heartlessly. The three sat down to talk again. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the box. Are there any more dishes? Qin Yao Iao was a little surprised. Su Chen raised his head slightly and said, no, it's a friend who came. Friend? A puzzled look flashed in Qin Yao Iao's eyes. Do we have friends here? As she spoke, she ran over and opened the door. After the door opened, Qin Yao Iao was stunned. Outside the door, there was a young woman who looked not much worse than her. Although her figure was not as good as hers, her facial features and temperament were not inferior to hers. Beside the young beauty, there was also the pretty widow who had met her once. Beauty, who are you? Qin Yao Iao said directly. The young woman slowly said, I'm An Linglong. I'm presumptuous to disturb you without notifying you in advance. I hope you will not be offended. In the box, the three people were stunned. It turned out to be An Linglong, the manager of the Medicine King Valley Medicinal Materials Market. They did not expect that An Linglong was so beautiful. Qin Yao Iao was still in a daze, and Su Chen said, please come in and chat. Thank you. An Linglong bowed slightly and walked in. The two sat down, and no one spoke. An Linglong looked at Su Chen with a curious look. After all, the fact that the pretty widow offered such a high price, but failed to persuade Su Chen to transfer the ebony flame Gynoderma made An Linglong quite curious about him. On the side, Qin Yao Iao pouted. This woman, whose appearance was not inferior to hers, stared at Su Chen without saying anything after coming in, which made her feel unhappy. Hey, An Linglong, what do you mean by staring at Su Chen after you came in? Are you attracted to him? Qin Yao Iao spoke without caring too much. An Linglong was stunned, as if she had never been teased like this before. Two clouds suddenly rose on her pretty face. Su Chen glanced at Qin Yao Iao and felt a little annoyed. This sister's words were too hard to understand. So, the gentleman's name is Su Chen. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. An Linglong said softly. Su Chen then remembered that he forgot to introduce himself. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. My name is Su Chen, this is Mr. Sun Zongjing, and this is Qin Yao Iao. We have also heard of Miss An Linglong's name. After some politeness, Su Chen got straight to the point and said, I wonder what brings Miss An here? An Linglong hesitated for a moment and said, I won't hide it. Mr. Su, Ding Dong Heo has set his sights on you. You are in Medicine King Valley, and Ding Dong Heo may not dare to do anything to you, because he is concerned about the rules of our Medicine King Valley. But once you leave, he will definitely take action against you. Su Chen smiled and asked, so what? And Linglong was stunned, as if she was a little surprised by Su Chen's reaction. What I mean is, maybe I can help you deal with Ding Dong Heo. And Linglong said. Su Chen shook his head. Thank you miss and for your kindness, I don't need it. And Linglong was stunned, and then said, perhaps you don't understand, Ding Dong Heo is a subordinate of the White Dragon King, and he is also a master of Zhou Wanqiu. He has the hard skills of the Golden Bell cover, which is difficult to break by ordinary Zhou Wanqiu. Su Chen said lightly, the Golden Bell cover is not invincible. Before An Linglong spoke, the pretty widow beside her couldn't bear it anymore and said, how come you don't understand good nonsense? And Linglong raised her hand to stop the pretty widow. She stared at Su Chen and slowly said, Mr. Su, I told you the truth. That ebony flame fungus is really useful to me. I hope you can transfer it to me at a high price. I'm willing to pay 3 billion. In addition, as long as you transfer the medicinal materials to me, I promise that Ding Dong Heo and the White Dragon King will not trouble you again. After that, she looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen still shook his head. I'm sorry. This ebony flame fungus is useful to me. I'm really sorry. A trace of disappointment flashed in Linglong's eyes. Okay. Then I'm sorry to bother you. As he said this, he was about to get up and leave. At this time, the pretty widow couldn't help but said, you are such a stubborn person. We are kind enough to help you, but you are looking for death yourself. Humph. Ah. How can you talk like that? King Yao immediately refused. Su Chen stopped King Yao and said to An Linglong, I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you two, but this medicinal material is very useful to me. In addition, Miss An, this flame fungus can't cure your illness, and it's a waste of medicinal materials if you use it. Hearing Su Chen's words, An Linglong's face changed slightly. The pretty widow said coldly, what medical skills do you know? This is a medicine prescribed by a genius doctor on the saint hand list, and you dare to question it? Su Chen smiled and said nothing. And Linglong also stopped the pretty widow who wanted to continue talking, and the two left directly. King Yao was indignant. What? You're asking for help, but you still have this attitude. Su Chen smiled. Okay. We've finished eating. Let's go. Someone will come to deliver silver moon grass later. Chapter 135. Ambush on the road. What? Someone sent me silver moon grass? Benefactor, you are still dreaming. King Yao laughed. Su Chen did not explain. The three of them left the meal and drove away. The three of them just left. On the other side, a man in black ran to Ding Dong Heo and told him the news. Haha. I thought they would stay in Medicine King Valley for the rest of their lives. Ding Dong Heo showed a cruel smile on his face. Let's go. Let's take the small road and intercept them. Ding Dong Heo waved his hand and set off directly. Linglong Villa. In the garden, and Linglong and the pretty widow sat opposite each other. Pretty widow's apostrophe face was frosted, and she said angrily, this Su Chen is really too much. We went to save him with good intentions, but he didn't even appreciate it. And Linglong also had a trace of disappointment on her face. Logically speaking, we have already told him that he is not afraid of Ding Dong Heo's threat. Could it be that there is a powerful force behind him, or is he so strong that he doesn't take Ding Dong Heo seriously? Pretty widow said coldly, I heard that he kicked the Dark Force Master next to Wei Ruiyu away. In that case, he should have reached the level of Dark Force Master, or the initial level of Profound Force. For a young man in his 20s, it is indeed remarkable to have this level of cultivation. However, if you use this level of cultivation as a proof of arrogance, it would be stupid. Ding Dong Heo has practiced the Golden Bell cover hard, and his whole body is like a Vajra Ruai. Ordinary Profound Force can't break his defense at all. What's more, even if he can resist Ding Dong Heo, there is a White Dragon King behind him. How arrogant and ignorant. Pretty widow has a lot of opinions about Su Chen. And Linglong was silent for a while, and then asked, what do you think? He said that the ebony flame fungus is useless for my disease. Before she finished speaking, the pretty widow sneered, "Miss, you don't think the Su Chen is better than the divine doctor on the saint hand list, do you? Although he did find the ebony flame fungus in that piece of black wood, this may just be because he is familiar with pharmacology, or more likely he is just lucky." And Linglong nodded and said nothing more. At this time, a bodyguard approached the two and reported a few words in a low voice. He reported that Su Chen left, and Ding Dong Heo followed. And Linglong pondered for a moment and said, "Now, Ding Dong Heo has gone to rob and kill Su Chen. You should go and save him." The pretty widow was stunned. "Save that arrogant boy? He won't even transfer the herbs to you. Why should we save him? Besides, it's not worth offending the White Dragon King for him." Her face was full of displeasure. And Linglong said, "I didn't ask you to go against Ding Dong Heo for him. Instead, after Ding Dong Heo succeeds, try to save his life. After all, we have met once. You are just soft-hearted." The pretty widow complained, but still turned around and left. She had already thought about it. If she really caught up with Ding Dong Heo to teach Su Chen a lesson, she would have to wait until Su Chen was beaten badly before coming out. On the other side, Su Chen and Sun Zongjing sat in Qin Yao Iao's car, and the three of them drove to Bincheng. The car slowly walked out of Yaowang Valley, and Qin Yao Iao asked in confusion, "Benefactor, you didn't get the silver moon grass, but Grandpa's eye is okay, right?" Su Chen pointed forward. "Look there, isn't there someone delivering medicine?" Qin Yao Iao was stunned. Su Chen had been saying this before. She looked forward and saw only a few black shadows in the distance. When the pink Mercedes-Benz G approached, she saw a black SUV parked on the side of the road. A majestic figure blocked the middle of the road. It was not someone else, but Ding Dong Heo. "My benefactor. What should we do? Should I run over?" Qin Yao Iao asked nervously. Su Chen was stunned. "Good man, this Qin Yao Iao is more murderous than himself." Su Chen said calmly, "No need. They are here to give us the silver moon grass. Let's get the medicine first." The pink Mercedes-Benz G slowly stopped. Su Chen and the other two stepped out of the car and faced Ding Dong Heo from a distance. Ding Dong Heo had a sarcastic smile on his face. "You little brat, you didn't expect that we would meet so soon. I thought you would step on the gas and run away, but you are so brave." Su Chen asked expressionlessly, "Did you bring the silver moon grass?" Ding Dong Heo was stunned. Then, he seemed to react. "I brought it." Ding Dong Heo nodded with a sarcastic smile on his face. "What? Do you regret it now? Do you want to exchange the ebony flame Ganoderma with me for the silver moon grass again? I tell you, it's too late. If you didn't exchange it in the medicinal material market just now, you would have died." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Okay. Just bring the silver moon grass." As he spoke, he looked at Qin Yao Iao and said, "I told you. Someone will send it to us." Qin Yao Iao smiled. "So that's how it is. Then, my benefactor, come on. If you beat him and take it away, I'll reward you with a kiss." Su Chen laughed and scolded, "You don't act like a girl at all." Ding Dong Heo was so angry when he saw this scene that his nose almost broke. "You bastard, you dare to flirt with me? I'll let you make out in hell in a while." Ding Dong Heo shouted angrily and stomped his feet on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground cracked into several cracks. Ding Dong Heo followed the rebound force and quickly approached Su Chen. "Boy, die." Ding Dong Heo raised his fist. Zhou Wanqiu was surging, and a sharp wind sound was heard. The fist as big as a sandbag was smashed straight towards Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward, blocked in front of Qin Yao Iao and Sun Zongjing, and punched them head on. Bang! The sound of metal hitting each other was heard. Bang! 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 Ding Dong Heo took several steps back, but Su Chen's body did not move at all. Ding Dong Heo's face changed slightly. He stared at Su Chen and asked, "You are actually a Zhou Wanqiu cultivator?" Su Chen smiled coldly, with sarcasm on his face. "What? You think you can't win, so you want to admit defeat? Arrogant." Ding Dong Heo's face was as hen, and he roared, "A little Zhou Wanqiu, is that the reason for your arrogance? Today, I will let you know that the gap between Zhou Wanqiu masters is also as big as heaven and earth." Golden bell cover. A strong wind surged around Ding Dong Heo. Countless mysterious forces rushed from the meridians in his body to his skin. The strange running route made Ding Dong Heo's skin glow with a strange golden light. In an instant, Ding Dong Heo was like crossing a layer of golden sand. What is this? Little golden man? King Yao was shocked. Su Chen was also a little curious. Although his grandfather had laid a good foundation for his cultivation, in order not to distract him, he did not let him practice too many techniques. Now seeing Ding Dong Heo's rather magical kung fu, he was very interested. Boy, die. Ding Dong Heo did not satisfy Su Chen's curiosity, but rushed over like a tank. Clang, clang, clang. His footsteps hit the ground, making a metallic sound. Su Chen went straight up to him. He wanted to experience Ding Dong Heo's kung fu himself. Die. Ding Dong Heo roared, suddenly raised his foot and smashed it down hard. Su Chen dodged sideways. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a big hole was smashed directly into the ground. Su Chen nodded in his heart. Using special skills, the attack power is much stronger than using Zhou Wanqiu alone. He was still thinking, and the next second, Ding Dong Heo swept over with a palm. Su Chen became interested. Let's see who is tougher. Then, he punched him directly. Clang. The fists and palms collided, making a loud noise. Su Chen felt like he was hitting steel. It's really something. Come again. Su Chen smiled and rushed forward, attacking Ding Dong Heo. Ding Dong Heo looked arrogant. How dare you fight me head on? You're looking for death. The two of them attacked each other frantically. Clang, clang, clang. The loud noises were endless. Su Chen became more and more excited as he fought. Before, the Zhou Wanqiu masters he had fought against, such as Shen Zhangguan, Zhao Changshan and Chen Doru, were all vulnerable and could not resist a blow at all. Now, although Ding Dong Heo is not qualitatively different from these people, he is more resistant to a blow. Although Su Chen still didn't dare to let go, he could satisfy his desire to fight. Su Chen was getting more and more excited, but Ding Dong Heo's heart gradually cooled. He originally thought that once he used his golden bell, Su Chen would be completely unable to break his defense, and he could seriously injure him with a casual blow. As a result, he was actually at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. From the beginning, they attacked each other, and in the blink of an eye, he was struggling to resist. Now his golden body was about to be broken by Su Chen. What's more terrifying is that he can clearly feel that Su Chen didn't use any skills at all and was completely crushed by Zhou Wanqiu. Moreover, Su Chen seemed to have a lot of spare energy. Thinking of Su Chen's age, Ding Dong Heo felt that he seemed to have provoked a monster. At this time, Su Chen on the opposite side shouted excitedly, "Take my punch again." In an instant, the sound of wind burst. On Su Chen's fist, the powerful Zhou Wanqiu condensed. Ding Dong Heo felt a terrible crisis. Don't. He was about to admit defeat. The next second, Su Chen had already punched him. Ding Dong Heo crossed his hands and tried to resist. However, Su Chen's fist, with its terrifying power, smashed through his defense and hit Ding Dong Heo's chest hard. Boom. A loud noise exploded. Ding Dong Heo was stunned on the spot. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Crack. A series of cracking sounds were heard. The next second, the gilded body shattered. Poof. Ding Dong Heo didn't say a word. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground and died. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The little golden man can't take a beating. Su Chen was stunned. He seemed to be a little excited in the fight, and he beat Ding Dong Heo to death directly. Alas, the golden bell cover can't resist a beating. Su Chen shook his head and went forward to take out the silver moon grass from Ding Dong Heo. King Yao ran over, jumping and skipping. "My benefactor, you are awesome. This guy really gave you the silver moon grass." Sun Zongjing also came forward and breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Ding Dong Heo's body on the side, a trace of worry flashed across his face. At this moment, a red sports car drove over at high speed. Hiss. A sharp brake sound sounded. The red sports car stopped next to the three people. The car door opened. Wenny Ruiyu and Master Chu got out of the car quickly. Why is this annoying guy here again? Kinyao Iao muttered. When Wenny Ruiyu saw Kinyao Iao, she laughed arrogantly and said, ha ha ha. Kinyao Iao, you beat up my people in the medicinal materials market, and you still want to run away. Can you run away? This time, I invited a real master. Today, bow and apologize to me quickly, otherwise I will teach you a lesson. Kinyao Iao pouted and said, are you dreaming? Others are big-breasted and have no trouble, but you are breastless and brainless. Wenny Ruiyu was so angry that she almost jumped up when she heard this. Okay, Kinyao Iao, aren't you relying on this bastard boy? Today, I will show you what a real master is. As she spoke, she bowed to Master Chu next to her and said, Master Chu, do it. Wenny Ruiyu had a smug smile on her face. She had already imagined that after a while, Su Chen would kneel down and beg for mercy and Kinyao Iao would cry in fear. However, Wenny Ruiyu waited for a long time, but Master Chu next to her did not do anything. Master Chu, what's wrong with you? Do it. Wenny Ruiyu turned her head and looked at Master Chu. Master Chu was trembling all over, staring at a place with his eyes wide open. There, a body was lying on the ground. It was Ding Dong Heo's body. Is this Ding Dong Heo? Master Chu's voice was trembling, and he looked at Su Chen and the other two. Su Chen nodded and said, that's right. What happened to him? To him? Master Chu looked at Su Chen with some doubt. Su Chen said indifferently, just like you, he came to cause trouble, so he was beaten to death. Master Chu's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly twice, haha. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Master Chu had heard of the name of Golden Bell Cover Ding Dong Heo a long time ago. This man was not only a capable general of the provincial overlord White Dragon King, but also had a golden bell cover, which was difficult to break with ordinary Zuenjin. Now, Ding Dong Heo died in the hands of the young man in front of him. It is conceivable how terrifying this man's cultivation is. Go. Master Chu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not knowing what to say now. On the side, Wenny Ruiyu didn't understand what was happening at all, and asked Master Chu, go ahead. Teach them a lesson. Master Chu blinked at Wenny Ruiyu repeatedly. Wenny Ruiyu was still confused. What's wrong? Master Chu, are your eyes uncomfortable? Master Chu was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. This silly girl, she can't even understand her own hints. Su Chen and Kinyao Iao almost laughed out loud when they saw this scene. At this moment, a delicate shout came from afar. Mr. Ding, Missen has ordered that Su Chen and the other two be spared. As soon as the voice fell, a graceful figure rushed over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it was already close. Everyone looked closely and found that it was the pretty widow. The pretty widow looked anxious and stood between Su Chen and the other two and Master Chu. Everyone looked at her in confusion. The pretty widow looked at the people on both sides and was stunned. She originally thought that the person who confronted Su Chen and others was Ding Dong Heo, but she didn't expect that it was Wenny Ruiyu and Master Chu who came here. Why are you here? Where is Ding Dong Heo? The pretty widow said while looking around, and then she saw Ding Dong Heo's body not far away. In an instant, the pretty widow's apostrophe face changed drastically. This. She turned her eyes to Master Chu and asked with her eyes wide open, did you kill Ding Dong Heo for them? Master Chu's face changed and he shook his head repeatedly. No. I came here with Miss Wenny Ruiyu. When we arrived, Ding Dong Heo was already dead. The pretty widow's apostrophe eyes suddenly turned to Su Chen with an incredible expression on her face. It was you? Su Chen nodded lightly. Yes, it was me. The pretty widow lost her voice and said, impossible, Su Chen, how could you be Ding Dong Heo's opponent? She knew Ding Dong Heo's martial arts skills very well, and she couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s could kill him. Moreover, he was unscathed. When Kinyao Iao heard this, she was not convinced and said, how is it impossible? That little golden man looks intimidating, but he is not very resistant to punches. My benefactor went up and hit him with a few punches, and he couldn't bear it. The expression of the pretty widow was serious. Kinyao Iao mentioned the little golden man, which meant that Ding Dong Heo had indeed fought with them and used the golden bell cover. In this case, Ding Dong Heo might really have been killed by Su Chen. Thinking of this, the pretty widow suddenly understood why Linglang refused to protect Su Chen today. It turned out that Su Chen really didn't need it. The pretty widow looked serious. If Ding Dong Heo died here, the White Dragon King would definitely not let it go. She had to think about how to give an explanation to the White Dragon King. At this moment, Master Chu interrupted and said, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I disturbed you. I hope you will forgive me this time. Pretty widow, what's going on here has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, he pulled Wei Ruiyu up and was about to leave. Ding Dong Heo died here, and the White Dragon King would definitely investigate to the end. If he continued to stay here, he would probably end up in this matter, so it would be better to evacuate quickly. Wei Ruiyu was not convinced. Even though she was being pulled by the White Master Chu, she still shouted in confusion, Master Chu, why are we leaving? I haven't taught Kinyao a lesson yet. Master Chu quickly covered her mouth and bowed his head to apologize to Su Chen, Kinyao and others. The two got on the sports car and ran away quickly. This scene made Kinyao almost laugh out loud. Su Chen looked at the pretty widow and said calmly, thank you Miss N for sending you to protect me, but it seems that it is not necessary now. Su Chen also heard the words that the pretty widow shouted when she first came and naturally knew her purpose. If there is nothing else, then we will take our leave. After that, Su Chen was ready to leave. At this time, the pretty widow suddenly said, wait a minute. Su Chen turned around. What's wrong? The pretty widow said in a low voice, you killed Ding Dong Heo, and you want to leave like this because it's ugly? Su Chen smiled and said calmly, he came to kill me, but he was not good enough, and was killed by me. If I don't leave, will I stay here to guard his body? The pretty widow said in a deep voice, no, you can't leave. Ding Dong Heo is the White Dragon King's subordinate. You must stay and give an explanation to the White Dragon King. The faces of Su Chen and the other two changed. Haha. Why should I give an explanation to the White Dragon King? Ding Dong Heo killed people to get treasures, but failed and was killed. What explanation do I need for this? Su Chen's face turned cold. Pretty widow insisted, no matter if you are right or wrong, you must stay. Su Chen's face was cold. I want to leave. No one can stop me. As he spoke, he walked directly towards the car. Don't go. Pretty widow shouted, and then gathered her palms into claws, and grabbed Su Chen's shoulders. The mysterious power condensed, and the claw wind seemed to tear the air. Su Chen felt the strong wind coming from behind, and his brows frowned slightly. Get out of the way. He shouted, turned around suddenly, and punched the opponent's claws. Bang. A bang sounded. Su Chen's figure swayed slightly and stopped. On the other side, Pretty Widow felt a huge hammer slamming on her claws. Knock, knock, knock. She retreated 7 or 8 steps in succession before she stabilized her body. The look of horror in the eyes of the Pretty Widow surged. Although she had no intention of hurting anyone, she was also ready to attack. However, Su Chen just turned around hastily and punched her back. In this way, Su Chen's martial arts skills were much higher than hers. The expression on the Pretty Widow's face kept changing, and the blood in her body was surging. Poof. In the end, she actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Chen's eyes sank, and he looked at the Pretty Widow carefully. Then, he said in a cold voice, you already have internal injuries in your body. If you try to stop me by force, you will definitely die. The Pretty Widow was shocked. No one knew about her hidden illness at all. Now, Su Chen actually saw it. She suddenly thought of what Su Chen said to An Linglang in the hotel box today. Could it be that this Su Chen really knows medical skills? Chapter 137, Trying to Save a Dying Horse. Pretty Widow's apostrophe face changed several times. Su Chen's martial arts skills far exceeded her expectations. Now, if she wanted to keep Su Chen, it would be impossible. It was difficult for the White Dragon King to explain Ding Dong Heo's death. Another point is that Su Chen could see through her hidden illness, which proved that Su Chen might really know medical skills. In this way, maybe what he said about the ebony flame fungus not being effective for An Linglang's illness was also true. These two things made it difficult for the Pretty Widow to calm down. Su Chen looked at her changing face and said in a deep voice, you can't keep me. I don't want to embarrass you and Missen. If that white dragon king comes, you can tell him the truth. My name is Su Chen. I live in Zhao's house in Bincheng now. If you want revenge, you can come to me directly. After that, Su Chen prepared to get in the car. When he reached the front of the car, he suddenly stopped and turned around and said, by the way, since Missen sent you to protect me, I will give you 2 more suggestions. First, when you practice in the future, don't use the hand Chao Angst and Geo Meridian anymore, but choose the hand Chao and Heart Meridian. This way, you can alleviate your hidden illness. Second, if Missen gets sick again, you can try to use the Zhou Wanqiu to stimulate her Zai-Bei acupoint, Yunmen acupoint, Jingguo acupoint, and Chao Shang acupoint. This should be able to relieve her pain. After Su Chen finished speaking, he got into the car and left. The pretty widow stood there and did not stop him. She had already seen that she had no way to stop Su Chen. If she tried to stop him by force, the final result would probably be the same as Ding Dong Heo, who was not far away. What shocked her even more was the 2 suggestions Su Chen gave her. How did this Su Chen know about my hidden illness? How did he know that my skills would go through the hand Chao Angst and Geo Meridian? The pretty widow looked serious and muttered to herself. After a long while, she let out a long breath. Never mind, let's go back and report first. As she spoke, she put Ding Dong Heo's body in the car. Then, she drove Ding Dong Heo's car and headed back to Yaowang Valley. In the opposite direction, King Yao drove the car, but there was not much smile on her face. My benefactor, are you interested in that and Ling Lang? King Yao asked with a pout. Su Chen was confused. I only met her once. Why should I like her? Then you are interested in the pretty widow? You have met her 3 times. King Yao said. Su Chen's face was full of confusion. Why am I interested in the pretty widow again? If you don't like her, she would have attacked you. Why are you still treating them? King Yao said angrily. Su Chen smiled. According to what you said, I have treated you before. Do I like you too? At this point, King Yao's pretty face showed a hint of joy, and she raised her chin slightly and said, that's hard to say. Who knows if you are attracted by my beauty and devilish figure? Looking at King Yao's proud face, Su Chen suddenly thought of the scene when he treated her for the first time. That figure was indeed devilishly hot. At least, Su Chen has never seen a few people who can compete with King Yao in terms of figure. Ahem. Su Chen coughed twice and regained his mind. He smiled and said, she attacked me because I killed Ding Dong Heo, not because she targeted me. Anyway, they also wanted to save us, so they just helped us. King Yao pouted and said, they don't believe you know medical skills at all. If things go wrong, they won't listen to your advice, even if you give them. It's up to them. Anyway, I have done what I should do. As long as my thoughts are clear and I have a clear conscience, it's fine. Su Chen said lightly. Sun Zongjing looked at Su Chen. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. King Yao nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, Linglang Villa, in the hall, and Linglang looked at Ding Dong Heo's body on the ground, her face slightly heavy. Miss, what should we do now? The pretty widow asked. And Linglang said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that Su Chen's cultivation was much stronger than Ding Dong Heo. Now that we are here, I'm afraid the White Dragon King will definitely hold him accountable. The pretty widow pondered for a while and said, then should we notify Mr. Zhu and let him speak? Just after she finished speaking, the pretty widow shook her head and said, let's not bother him. That Su Chen said that he would take the responsibility himself and let us pass his information to the White Dragon King. And Linglang was slightly stunned. He is so confident. I feel more like arrogance. Killing a Ding Dong Heo, he thought he was invincible. But he didn't know that to the big shots in the provincial capital, Ding Dong Heo was just a dog. Pretty widow said with disdain. You seem to have a lot of opinions about this Su Chen. What? Did you suffer a loss at his hands? And Linglang glanced at Pretty Widow. Pretty Widow's apostrophe face changed slightly and snorted coldly. And Linglang smiled and continued. In fact, at his age, he is qualified to be arrogant for being able to kill Ding Dong Heo. Even among the rich young masters in the provincial capital, few can be compared with him. She changed the subject. But, I don't think he can withstand the wrath of the White Dragon King. pretty widow said. Anyway, he said it himself. Everyone has their own consequences, so we will tell him the truth. It can only be like this. We really can't bear the wrath of the White Dragon King for him. And Linglong sighed. Then, Linglong began to arrange people to send Ding Dong Heo's body to the provincial capital. After the corpse was moved out, the pretty widow spoke again. Miss, there is something I think I should report to you. What is it? And Linglong asked curiously. The pretty widow said, that Su Chen, he actually saw the hidden disease in my body. Moreover, he gave me 2 suggestions. He can see your problem. He is not guessing, right? And Linglong was stunned, and then asked, what suggestions did he give you? The pretty widow was about to speak. At this time, and Linglong's face changed, and then she squatted down with her hands on her chest. Ah! She screamed in pain, and then she fell down. Miss, are you sick again? Come on, bring the medicine quickly. The pretty widow shouted repeatedly, and then stepped forward to support Linglong. At this time, Linglong was trembling all over, and a terrible mysterious ice force burst out from her body. Not long after, a thin layer of frost appeared on her eyelashes and hair. Linglong hugged her arms in front of her, her eyebrows knitted tightly, her facial features began to gather together, and the whole person seemed to be in great pain. Her body was so cold that even the pretty widow who was supporting her could not stand it. This terrible coldness was so cold that even the Zhou Wanqiu could not resist it. Where is the medicine? Why haven't you brought it yet? Looking at Linglong's painful appearance, a trace of heartache flashed across the face of the pretty widow. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered that Su Chen had told her that if Linglong got sick again, she could use Zhou Wanqiu to stimulate her 4 acupoints of Zabei, Yunmen, Jingque, and Shaoshang. Looking at the tortured Linglong, the pretty widow gritted her teeth. Try it out. Give it a try. She stretched out 2 fingers, gathered Zhou Wanqiu, and then stabbed at Linglong's 4 acupoints. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive sounds rang out. 4 Zhou Wanqius hit Linglong's body, and the pretty widow stared at Linglong closely. However, Linglong suddenly cried out in pain. Ah! Seeing this, the pretty widow was filled with heartache and regret. She was furious and cursed. This bastard Su Chen, who knows nothing, dares to pretend to be a genius doctor and give blind advice. Why should I believe him? Just as the pretty widow was full of anger and cursing Su Chen, a weak voice sounded. How long have I been ill? The pretty widow was stunned and looked down, only to see that the chill on Linglong's body had receded, and she was looking at her with a puzzled look. As soon as she said a word, the pretty widow was stunned. Because every time Linglong was ill, it basically lasted for more than half an hour. But this time, it was less than 2 minutes. Chapter 138 Whatever you fear will come true. 2 minutes. After saying this, Linglong was stunned. The pretty widow was also a little confused, because this time was much shorter than the time Linglong had been ill in the past. Obviously, Linglong's pain was also reduced a lot. Why is it so short this time? Linglong didn't know what happened. The pretty widow immediately explained it again. Linglong's expression changed slightly, and her look became more serious. Could it be that Su Chen is really a miracle doctor? Linglong murmured to herself. This time, the pretty widow did not refute. Because even if the miracle doctor on the saint hand list was invited last time, he couldn't help Linglong get through the pain quickly when she was ill. Thinking of this, Linglong and the pretty widow looked a little embarrassed. Especially the pretty widow. Before, when Su Chen gave them advice, she had ridiculed Su Chen for knowing any medical skills. Now it seems that she is sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The pretty widow was still a little unconvinced. However, her tone was full of guilt. It was obvious that she herself knew that she was looking for excuses. Linglong frowned and asked, I remember you said that he once gave you 2 suggestions. The method of curing my illness was one, and what was the other one? The pretty widow said, the other one is related to my cultivation. He told me that when I practice, my Zhou Wanqiu should not go through the Shaoyang and Jiao meridian, but the Shaoyang heart meridian. He said that this would alleviate my hidden illness. Speaking of cultivation, the pretty widow's face was a little ugly. There was something wrong with her meridians. Not only did her cultivation level decline, but when she fought with masters of the same level, it would cause meridian shock, hurting herself before hurting others. Moreover, even if she didn't fight, just practicing by herself would often damage her meridians. Therefore, her cultivation level not only stagnated for a long time, but also regressed slightly. Fortunately, most of the people who caused trouble in Yaowang Valley in the early days were ordinary people. Even if there were martial arts practitioners, most of them were Mingjin and Anjin, which didn't cost her too much effort. If a few masters of Zuanjin start to make trouble, she may not be able to suppress them now. And Linglang pondered for a moment and said, "Then you try the route," Su Chen said first. The pretty widow was stunned and instinctively wanted to refute. However, looking at Linglang's serious eyes, she had to shut her mouth. The pretty widow sat down cross-legged. Then, she started to circulate the Zuanjin in her body and circulated it along a fixed route. The Zuanjin in her body burst out from Danshan and was about to go through the Shaoangs and Geo meridian with ease. The pretty widow forcibly controlled the Zuanjin and changed to the Shaoan heart meridian according to Su Chen's suggestion. In an instant, the Zuanjin in her meridians felt stagnant. The pretty widow gritted her teeth and continued to go along the Shaoan heart meridian. At most, the meridians would be injured a little more. If it proves that Su Chen's suggestion is wrong, it would be even better. With this resentment, the pretty widow concentrated her mind and urged it hard. Click. A light sound rang out. The pretty widow suddenly felt a sudden relaxation, and the Zuanjin in her meridians gushed out like a mountain torrent, rushing along the Shaoan heart meridian of her hand. Finally, it circulated in her body for a cycle before slowly returning to the Danshan. Swoosh. The pretty widow opened her eyes. A flash of surprise flashed across her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She clearly felt that the feeling of being tortured every time she circulated Zhuan Qi in the past disappeared. Moreover, the Zuanjin in her body had grown a little bit. Even if it was just a little bit, she was ecstatic. It was because her cultivation had stagnated for a long time. In fact, it had begun to regress for a while. This time, she saw the possibility of making progress again. And Linglang saw that the pretty widow had finished her training and quickly asked, "How was it?" The pretty widow's face changed slightly. "Maybe, this guy's really a miracle doctor. This time, my meridians didn't hurt anymore. Moreover, there was a slight slow growth." And Linglang was instantly overjoyed. "Great." The pretty widow pondered for a moment and said, "How about we find Su Chen and let him treat you?" And Linglang nodded. "We can try." At this time, the pretty widow's face changed and asked, "It's bad. But he killed Ding Dong Heo. I'm afraid the White Dragon King won't forgive him." And Linglang also frowned slightly. "How about this? Let's find Mr. Zhu and see if we can let him be a mediator and save Su Chen's life. But if so, you owe Mr. Zhu a big favor, I'm afraid." The pretty widow looked embarrassed, and Linglang said, "I can't care about so much now. I'll make a phone call now." The pretty widow sighed and said nothing more. On the other side, King Yaoiao drove a pink Mercedes-Benz G and returned to Bincheng soon. She and Su Chen first sent Sun Zongjing to Huchen Pavilion. Then, she drove Su Chen back to Zhao's villa. This time, Su Chen still asked King Yaoiao to stop the car in advance and get off a few hundred meters away from Zhao's villa. At this time, King Yaoiao asked, "My benefactor, why do you always ask me to drop you off here? I sent you to the door of Zhao's villa. What's wrong?" Su Chen looked at King Yaoiao and didn't know how to explain. Zhou Wanqiu said that he was not allowed to tell others that he and her were husband and wife, nor could he tell others that they were fake husband and wife. In this way, Su Chen didn't know how to explain. Seeing Su Chen's look, King Yaoiao suddenly said, "I understand. It must be that Zhou Wanqiu. She is jealous that I look better than her, so she doesn't want to see you with me, right?" Su Chen didn't know whether he should say it was right or wrong. King Yaoiao said with dissatisfaction, "Zhou Wanqiu is really funny. You are not her husband. Why does she care so much?" Su Chen was slightly stunned. Good guy. King Yaoiao guessed this. King Yaoiao didn't know it at all and continued, "My benefactor, you are too honest. Why are you afraid of her?" If you can't save face because you live under someone else's roof, just move out and move to my house. Why should you suffer this woman's bullying? Su Chen smiled and said, okay, stop guessing. I'm staying well in Zhao's house, and I haven't been bullied by anyone. Be careful on your way back, I'm leaving. Su Chen stepped out of the car. At this time, a Porsche drove quickly across from the pink Mercedes-Benz G-Hiss. An emergency brake sounded, and then the Porsche Cayenne stopped quickly. Su Chen? An unexpected exclamation sounded. Su Chen's eyebrows suddenly jumped, and he secretly said that he was unlucky. He looked up. Sure enough, he saw the window of the Porsche Cayenne slowly fall down, revealing a beautiful and delicate face. It was none other than Zhou Wanqiu with frosty eyebrows. Zhou Wanqiu looked at the pink Mercedes-Benz G. Her pretty face was full of gloom, and her hands holding the steering wheel unconsciously increased their strength. Su Chen felt a little guilty for some reason. Well, I'm going to. He hadn't finished his words yet. Bang! The door of the Mercedes-Benz G suddenly opened. Qin Yao suddenly walked out of the car. She walked directly to Su Chen and hugged Su Chen's arm affectionately. Ah, isn't this Miss Zhou Wanqiu? Where are you going? Qin Yao said with a smile while clinging to Su Chen. Su Chen secretly groaned in his heart and wanted to break free quietly, but he was held tightly and there was no hope at all. This goblin just had to make something happen for herself. Sure enough, when Zhou Wanqiu saw Qin Yao, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes immediately turned cold. Miss Qin, I have something to do outside, so I can't tell you. However, you are so close to Su Chen, aren't you afraid that it will spread out and damage your reputation? Zhou Wanqiu said coldly. Qin Yao smiled. Su Chen and I are unmarried, so it's good to have a scandal. I will go with the flow and invite him to be a live-in son-in-law. I'm afraid Su Chen won't be willing, Zhou Wanqiu said with a gloomy face. Qin Yao smiled confidently. I'm so beautiful, and I'm my father's only daughter. My family has billions of assets. How can Su Chen not be happy? Zhou Wanqiu sneered. Then you can ask him. Suddenly, the two women looked at Su Chen at the same time. Su Chen felt a little annoyed for a moment. Chapter 139. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Zhou Wanqiu stared at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, are you willing to be a live-in son-in-law of the Qin family? Being stared at by Zhou Wanqiu, Su Chen felt a chill on his back and all the hairs on his body opened. Even when he was fighting against masters of Zhuanjin such as Ding Dong Hao and Shendoru, Su Chen had never been so nervous. On the side, Qin Yao's arms around Su Chen's arms became tighter. Su Chen turned his head and saw Qin Yao looking at him with a pitiful look again. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a headache. My grandfather is not here, and I have no plans to get married for the time being. Su Chen tried to fool around. As a result, Zhou Wanqiu said to Qin Yao with a proud look on his face, Miss Qin, it seems that Su Chen is unwilling. However, Qin Yao did not show any fear at all, but smiled sweetly and said, it doesn't matter. Even if he doesn't want to be a live-in son-in-law, I can marry him. Anyway, my dad listens to me. Zhou Wanqiu's face suddenly froze. Su Chen was beside him, feeling very upset. He didn't know how the topic turned into his marriage. Then Su Chen may not be willing to marry you, Zhou Wanqiu said with a smile. Qin Yao didn't retreat at all and said, it's okay. A girl chasing a boy is difficult. I just need to try my best to chase him. Anyway, there are not many women with better figures than me. As she spoke, Qin Yao deliberately showed her pride. Zhou Wanqiu's fake smile froze. Qin Yao got the upper hand and knew when to stop. She turned around and smiled at Su Chen affectionately. Su Chen, I'm leaving. I'll miss you. As she spoke, Qin Yao got into the car and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she lowered the window again and said to Zhou Wanqiu, Miss Zhou, please take good care of Su Chen for me. If he is not happy living in your house, I will come to pick him up. After that, she said "Mua" to Su Chen and drove away quickly. Su Chen was embarrassed by Qin Yao's tricks. This sister is really afraid that my life will be a little bit better. Su Chen secretly complained and then looked at Zhou Wanqiu. Zhou Wanqiu's face had become gloomy at this time. She stared at Su Chen coldly, and Su Chen smiled awkwardly. That Miss Kim likes to joke. Don't take it seriously. Zhou Wanqiu sneered. It seems that you are really familiar with her. Are you ready to go to her house and be a son-in-law? It's great to have two talents. My grandfather is still in a coma, and you still have time to attract bees and butterflies. Su Chen, you are really good. Are you worthy of my grandfather's kindness to you? Zhou Wanqiu became more and more angry and aggrieved as she spoke. At the end, her eyes were a little red. Zhou Wanqiu didn't know why she was aggrieved. Su Chen hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. Actually, I went to take medicine. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Wanqiu interrupted directly. What are you going to do? I'm not interested. After that, Zhou Wanqiu got back into the car. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Su Chen opened his mouth and finally sighed. Alas. This elder sister, when will you change this habit of not letting people finish their words? He was very helpless. Zhou Wanqiu's temper was too capricious. Sometimes she was very grateful and polite to him, and sometimes she was inexplicably angry. No wonder the master said that the women down the mountain were tigers. In Su Chen's view, the temper of tigers was not as difficult to guess as that of women. No matter. Let's cure Grandpa Zhou first, and then help the Zhou family develop. In this way, after a year, I can run back to the village with a clear conscience. After receiving the great benefits that Grandpa said, Su Chen shook his head and walked towards the Zhou family villa. On the road, the Porsche Cayenne was speeding. Zhou Wanqiu sat in the car. Her eyes were red, and tears flowed silently and dripped down. Even the road in front of her seemed to become blurred. Hiss. Zhou Wanqiu quickly stopped the car and wiped her tears. She didn't know why she was crying. Anyway, she just felt aggrieved. As for why she felt aggrieved, she couldn't tell. Or rather, she herself didn't want to believe the reason. On the other side, Su Chen quickly returned to the Zhou family villa. Zhao Giran came up. Zhou, you're back. Wanqiu just went out. Su Chen nodded and said, well, I saw her car. He didn't say much, because he knew that Zhou Wanqiu would not tell Zhao Giran what happened just now. Aunt Zhao, I have found all the herbs that Grandpa Zhao needs. Su Chen said. Zhao Giran's face lit up. What? Really? Su Chen nodded and took out the silver moon lotus and Chiangxing grass. Then, he went to the kitchen and boiled a medicinal soup with these two herbs. Will your Grandpa Zhao wake up after drinking this medicine? Zhao Giran asked. Su Chen nodded. That's right. It's a pity that we don't have enough medicinal materials here. Otherwise, I can use these two medicinal materials as the main medicine, match them with a set of pill recipes, and refine some more effective pills for Grandpa Zhao. That way, not only can Grandpa Zhao wake up, but he can also be 100 times more energetic than before. Zhao Giran smiled and said, as long as it can wake your Grandpa Zhao up, it's better than anything else. As for the magical pill you mentioned, it won't be too late to refine it for your Grandpa Zhao when you have a chance in the future. Anyway, you're not leaving. Hearing this, Su Chen laughed dryly. Aunt Zhao, let's go feed Grandpa Zhao the medicine. Su Chen changed the subject. The two went directly to Zhou Rongchang's bedroom. At this time, Zhou Rongchang was still lying on the bed, as if he was asleep. Su Chen tried the temperature of the decoction and felt that it was about right, so he fed it to Zhou Rongchang. Then, Su Chen gave Zhou Rongchang a silver needle to help him digest the medicine. Not long after, Zhou Rongchang's slightly pale face became rosy again. Ahem. A cough sounded, and Zhou Rongchang's eyelids trembled. Awake. Awake. Zhao Giran's face showed joy. The next second, Zhou Rongchang's eyes opened. Girang, Zhou, I'm. Zhou Rongchang's voice was a little hoarse. On the side, Zhao Girang hurried forward and told everything again. After listening, Zhou Rongchang looked at Su Chen and said gratefully, Zhou, thank you for your hard work. You saved our Zhao family again. Su Chen shook his head. Grandpa Zhao, isn't it being polite for you to say this to me? At this time, Zhou Rongchang looked at Zhao Girang on the side and said, Girang, I'm a little hungry. Go make something for me. Hey. Okay, Dad, wait. Zhao Girang agreed again and again, and walked out happily. Su Chen glanced at Zhao Giran, who walked out of the door, then went over and closed the door. Zhou Wanqiu showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Su Chen, do you know what I'm going to do? Zhou Wanqiu asked. Su Chen said, you should be telling me about the Rang family, right? That's why you don't want Aunt Zhao to hear it, for fear that she will be frightened. Zhou Wanqiu nodded with relief. You are a smart kid. As he spoke, he sighed and said, however, killing Rang Rui's was indeed a little ill-considered. The Rang family is the top family in the provincial capital. Compared with them, our Zhao family is probably like an ant. If you hadn't killed Rang Rui's, perhaps our Zhao family could still deal with him. Now I'm afraid there is only one way to go, and that is to fight to the death. Su Chen spoke slowly. Grandpa Zhao, what do you think? Based on Rang Rui's personality, how else can the Zhao family deal with him, except giving him Wanqiu? Give him money? Zhou Wanqiu's expression froze. Su Chen continued, do you think that, even if you give all the Zhao family's property to Rang Rui's, he will let Wanqiu go? No. He will only take all the Zhao family's money first, and then attack Wanqiu. Zhou Wanqiu's expression was solemn. He knew that what Su Chen said was true. Although he didn't have much contact with Rang Rui's, based on what he heard in the past and what he saw today, he could be sure that what Su Chen said was likely to be true. Su Chen said coldly, it's impossible to cut off your own flesh and blood to feed the wolf, and expect the wolf to let you go after it is full. Then what should I do? Zhou Wanqiu asked. Su Chen's face was cold. Only by severely injuring and crippling the wolf will the wolf be afraid and dare not attack people again. The best way is to kill the wolf. Su Chen's murderous aura made Zhou Wanqiu look slightly shocked. What if the wolf pack comes to take revenge? Zhou Wanqiu asked again. It's very simple. Su Chen's tone was calm, but full of blood. Then kill one by one, and make the whole wolf pack afraid, or just kill the wolf pack, so that it will be completely safe. Zhou Wanqiu's expression was completely stunned. He suddenly felt that he was indeed a little old. Compared with Su Chen, he couldn't see the reality clearly. Zhou Chen, you are right. It is Grandpa Zhao who is confused. He forgot that such a vicious wolf will never give up until he achieves his goal. Zhou Wanqiu was ashamed, and he glared and said, even if the Rang family thinks that my Zhao family is just a prey, I will break a tooth of the Rang family. At this moment, Zhou Wanqiu also became ruthless. Seeing his appearance, Su Chen smiled lightly and said, Grandpa Zhao, don't worry. It's not certain who is the prey and who is the hunter between our Zhao family and the Rang family in the provincial capital. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Wanqiu was shocked and looked at Su Chen. Chapter 140 The most important question. Zhou Wanqiu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen. He didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he said, Zhou Chen, do you know the status of the Rang family in the province? It's too difficult to treat them as prey. Su Chen shook his head and said, Grandpa Zhao, you just take good care of your injuries. Don't worry about these, just leave it to me. But, Zhou Wanqiu wanted to say something else. Su Chen said, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Even if I'm not capable, I can still ask my grandfather to come. Hearing Su Chen talking about his grandfather, Zhou Wanqiu was suddenly stunned, and then closed his mouth. Su Chen was quite surprised. It seems that the old man has a high reputation with Zhou Wanqiu. After settling Zhou Wanqiu, Su Chen walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zhou Wanqiu coming back from outside. Su Chen noticed that Zhou Wanqiu's eyes were still a little red, and he couldn't help but said, Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Wanqiu looked flustered and wiped his face a few times. HMPH. What do you care? Zhou Wanqiu said, turning around and going into the house. Su Chen looked puzzled. By the way, Grandpa Zhao has woken up. Su Chen reminded. Then, Zhou Wanqiu turned around with a look of surprise. Really? You'll know when you go and see. Su Chen said. Zhou Wanqiu said nothing else, and hurried to Zhou Wanqiu's bedroom. Su Chen shook his head, and walked out of the villa. He was thinking about the strategy to deal with the Rang family. The best way now is to talk to the person with the highest status in the Rang family and force the other party to reconcile directly. However, the Zhao family now has two injured people, Zhou Wanqiu and Zhao Pingjiang. and is a bit precarious. He was afraid that, if he left now, it would be inconvenient if any trouble came. Su Chen thought about it, picked up the phone, and called Wang Xingzhu. Wang's villa. Wang Xingzhu was describing Su Chen's potential to Wang Tao and Li Yulan, and asked them to go back and do some ideological work on Wang Yuting. Wang Tao looked embarrassed. Dad, I see Yao is getting pretty close to Su Chen now. If we let Yuting get closer to them, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to Yao? Wang Xingzhu pondered for a moment, then said, what's the matter? Yao hasn't taken Su Chen down yet. Besides, we are not letting Yuting directly compete with Yao for Su Chen. Instead, when Yao really has no other choice, Yuting can take over. This is much better than letting Yuting get familiar with Su Chen from scratch at that time. Li Yuan also nodded quickly at the side. She agreed. I think what Dad said is right. We are not asking Yuting to compete with Yao for a man. We are just doubling the chance of us getting along with Su Chen. Anyway, I think that Su Chen is so young and has already achieved such great success in medicine and martial arts. We should make friends with him as soon as possible. Of course, it would be best if he could be accepted as a son-in-law. Even if he is not a son-in-law, a nephew-in-law is also good. It is better than finding some rotten sweet potatoes and rotten eggs to cheat my daughter. At this time, Li Yuan's attitude towards Su Chen had already changed 180 degrees. Wang Tao looked at Wang Xingzhu and Li Yuan with a fiery look on his face, and his mouth twitched. Fathers always have a tendency to be daughter slaves. Seeing his wife and father praising Su Chen so much, Wang Tao felt a little sour in his heart, but he did not dare to object. I have said this. You two should pay more attention to it in the future. Later, you can let Yuting thank Su Chen and let the two take the opportunity to get to know each other. Wang Xingzhu arranged. At this time, ding-ling-ling, his phone rang suddenly. Wang Xingzhu looked down, and his face changed. He quickly made a hush gesture to Wang Tao and Li Yulan. Then, he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Xingzhu said with a smile. Su Chen didn't beat around the bush. Mr. Wang, I want to ask you for a favor. Wang Xingzhu's face was delighted, and he quickly said, Mr. Su, just give me your orders. As long as my Wang family can do it, we will definitely not refuse. Su Chen said, in the next few days, I want to ask you to help me protect the Zhou family. You should also know that I have offended the Ran family. I want to take some time to go to the provincial capital to resolve this threat. Is that okay? Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Xingzhu's face changed several times. He probably had an idea of what kind of family the Ran family in the provincial capital was. If he agreed to Su Chen's words, there was a high probability that he would confront the Ran family. But if they don't agree, then Wang Xingzhu didn't hesitate for too long and agreed. No problem. Don't worry about that. I will go over to help you keep an eye on it from tomorrow morning. If anyone from the Ran family wants to harm the Zhou family, let them walk over my body. Su Chen was moved. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, the people who give in the end will definitely be the Zhou family. Su Chen promised. Wang Xingzhu nodded and said, well, I believe you. By the way, the old guy Li Xiaolei has a lot of contacts with the provincial capital. You can ask him about the situation of the Ran family in the provincial capital. In addition, Old Man Li has been the richest man in Bincheng for many years. The forces he operates in Bincheng are complicated. You can ask him to help you keep an eye on the highway intersection. Su Chen nodded and thanked him quickly. Okay. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Wang. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. After Wang Xingzhu hung up the phone, Wang Tao and Li Yulan came forward to ask. Wang Xingzhu didn't say too much to avoid worrying the two. After all, the Ran family in the provincial capital is a behemoth to anyone. He thought about it and called Li Xiaolei again. On the other side, Su Chen thought for a moment and was about to call Li Xiaolei. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Li Xiaolei's mobile number. Hello, Mr. Li, why did you think of calling me? Su Chen asked. Li Xiaolei said in a stern voice, Mr. Su, I want to ask you, why did you ask old Wang for help instead of me? Do you think I, old Li, am useless? If old Wang hadn't told me, would you have forgotten me, Mr. Su? Li Xiaolei started to argue first. Su Chen quickly apologized with a smile. What are you talking about, Mr. Li? I was just about to call you. That's more like it. Li Xiaolei smiled faintly. In fact, I had guessed about the Rang family's affairs a long time ago. I have sent people to keep an eye on all the important traffic intersections in Bincheng. If any members of the Rang family from the provincial capital come here, they will be able to catch up with them as soon as possible and inform you. Su Chen thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Li. You're welcome. You saved our Li family twice. This is what I should do, Li Xiaolei said in a serious tone. There is one more thing I want to tell you. In fact, my Li family was the first to move from the provincial capital to Bincheng. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. You may not know that there are 8 major families in the provincial capital, one of which is the Li family. Li Xiaolei's voice had a hint of sighing. Back then, the old patriarch of the Li family married 2 wives, each of whom gave birth to a son. After the old patriarch of the Li family passed away, the second son defeated the eldest son to become the new patriarch. In the end, the eldest son fled to Bincheng to show that he had no intention of seizing power and to save the lives of his family. Su Chen's expression was slightly stunned. He already understood that what Li Xiaolei was talking about was probably his own life experience. Li Xiaolei continued, the eldest son has already shown his attitude. The youngest son of the provincial capital Li family, perhaps because of the deep brotherly love, or perhaps because of his reputation, did not kill him completely. On the contrary, they are closer than before, and there is a little more connection between them. The people of the Bincheng Li family often help the provincial capital Li family look after the Bincheng business, and the provincial capital Li family can occasionally be regarded as the backing of the Bincheng Li family. It's just not necessarily very reliable. Li Xiaolei's tone was a little teasing. Su Chen asked, are you the eldest son? Li Xiaolei said, yes. I have asked my younger brother Li Xiaoshu to discuss your matter with the Rang family. After all, we are both one of the 8 great families in Bincheng. I hope that the Rang family can give him, the head of the Li family, some face. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, thank you, Mr. Li. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Su Chen knew that, although Li Xiaolei and his younger brother Li Xiaoshu were half-brothers, their relationship was definitely not very good. Otherwise, if Li Xiaolei had not become the head of the family, he could have been an idle prince in the provincial capital, and he would not have to go to Bincheng to work hard to build this foundation. Now, for his own affairs, he asked his younger brother Li Xiaoshu to help him lobby. In this process, he must have given up his face. Su Chen felt touched. But Li Xiaolei smiled and said, you have saved my life more than once, so what I'm doing is nothing. Su Chen stopped being polite. He asked the most critical question. Then Mr. Li, how strong is the Rang family? What is the highest level of cultivation that their family worships? Chapter 141. The Rang family is furious and seeks revenge for their son. Su Chen asked the most important question. Li Xiaolei was not ambiguous and introduced directly. In the provincial capital, there are 8 top families, collectively known as the 8 major families. They are Bei, Yao, Zhu, Rang, Li, Wei, Han, and Han. Su Chen nodded. He had heard of the 8 major families before. However, he was not quite sure whether the Yao referred to Yao Zhenfeng's family. However, the Li should be Li Xiaolei's original family, the Li family in the provincial capital. Su Chen sighed secretly. Li Xiaolei was able to become the richest man in Bincheng because he was from the 8 major families in the provincial capital. Among them, the 8 major families are also slightly different. Li Xiaolei continued to introduce. Bei Yao Zhu Rang belong to the top 4 families. Li Wei Han Han belong to the bottom 4 families, and their strengths are slightly different, but not qualitatively different. And the Rang family is one of the top 4 families, and it can be said to be the top force in the province. Su Chen nodded. Then in terms of martial arts masters, each family should be about the same, right? Li Xiaolei thought for a while. Such a big family, in addition to having martial arts practitioners in their own family, each family will invite some offerings. Generally speaking, a family of the level of the Rang family must have an 8 masters above Zhu Wanqiu. As for the higher extremes, that is a secret of each family. I don't know. Su Chen calculated silently. He finally understood the power of the big families in the provincial capital. He didn't really care about pure power and wealth, because these things didn't mean anything to him. The most important thing is the number and level of masters. In the practice of martial arts, Mingjin, Anjin, and Zuanjin are more difficult than one step. Practicing Anjin to a deep level can become Zuanjin. Masters of Zuanjin, such as Shen Zhongyuan and Chendoru, can hit a bull across a mountain, injure people in midair, and cover the body with Zuanjin. Speaking of it, it is really mysterious, so it is called Zuanjin. However, even such a powerful Zuanjin is still just the strength that the martial arts cultivators have cultivated themselves. Zuanjin can only hit forward or stick to the flesh and cannot make too many changes. If the martial arts cultivators can go one step further, cultivate from the flesh to the outside world, and feel the vitality between heaven and earth, then they can go one step further, absorb and control the vitality, and become a congenital strongman. Only then can it be regarded as the vitality turns as you wish, and become a master of a generation. What Su Chen is most concerned about is how many congenital strongmen there are in a family like the Rang family, and whether there are stronger masters. Now, knowing the general situation of the Rang family, Su Chen can also do it. Okay, Mr. Li, thank you. Su Chen thanked him again seriously. That's nothing, you don't have to be polite to me. Li Xiaolei said. In addition, I'll help you keep an eye on this place, and I'll notify you as soon as there's any movement. If my good brother in the provincial capital has any good news, I'll also contact you. Su Chen said. Thank you for your hard work. The two exchanged pleasantries again before finally hanging up the phone. Li Xiaolei instructed his son Li Chunren, who was standing beside him, tell your subordinates to keep a close eye on all the intersections, and report to me as soon as they find someone from the Rang family. Li Chunren had a hint of hesitation on his face. Dad, what you're doing is equivalent to betting all your chess pieces on Su Chen. Not only do you offend the Rang family, but you also owe a big favor to your family in the provincial capital. Is it worth it? Li Xiaolei glared at Li Chunren and said, you don't think it's worth it, do you? Li Chunren's eyes flickered, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, yes, I don't think it's worth it. He thought that, after he said this, he would be slapped by Li Xiaolei again. However, the slap he expected did not come. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaolei laughed, and then said, your vision has never been accurate. This time you said I was wrong, but I think I made the right choice. Li Chunren? He felt deeply humiliated. However, his father was not wrong, as if he had never seen anything right. Maybe. Li Chunren looked out the window and muttered, maybe Su Chen will be our chance to return to the provincial capital. Li Chunren looked at his imaginative father and closed his mouth. He felt that his father might really be crazy. On the other side, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he knew a lot of information and finally had a clear idea. He had already considered that when Wang Xingzi came tomorrow, he would go directly to the provincial capital to find the Rang family after he arranged the Zhou family affairs. However, Su Chen didn't know that the Rang family was not going to give him this time. Provincial capital. Rang family villa. All servants and bodyguards were silent. Everyone was very careful when passing through the hall, fearing that they would make any noise. In the living room, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. In the center of the ground, Rang Ruiz's body was lying on the ground. On the side, the black-clad bodyguard who had driven Rang Ruiz to Bincheng before was kneeling. The other Rang family members all had murderous looks on their faces, staring at the black-clad bodyguard. Because, at this moment, he was reporting the process of Rang Ruiz's murder. Master Rang, I drove the young master and Mr. Jiang Qingrang to Bincheng. That Su Chen killed Mr. Jiang Qingrang first, and then killed the young master Rang. In the end, he asked me to come back and send a message, saying that the Rang family could directly seek revenge on him. After the black-clad bodyguard finished speaking, he knelt on the ground. His head was deeply pressed against the ground, and he dared not speak again. In the living room, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. All the Rang family members were so angry that their eyes were wide open. To them, Su Chen's behavior was a naked provocation. How could the Rang family, who had always been so high and mighty, endure such humiliation? Waste. A roar rang out. In the front row of the Rang family, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out and slapped the kneeling black-clad bodyguard with one palm. Bang! The terrifying and violent Zhou Wanqiu instantly exploded in all directions. The black-clad bodyguard flew out directly like a rag doll. Puff! The black-clad bodyguard spurted out a mouthful of blood, leaned against the corner, and looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Second master, you. The middle-aged man stared at the black-clad bodyguard with a sinister look, gritted his teeth and said, "My son is dead. Why are you, a waste, still alive?" This middle-aged man was Rang Rui's father, Rang Qingfeng, the second master of the Rang family. The black-clad bodyguard had a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't speak anymore, and fell to the ground and died. Rang Qingfeng turned his head, and looked at the corpse on the ground with a painful face, his forehead veins throbbing, and his heart was filled with anger. At this time, a cry of pain was heard. "Zhou, my son." A middle-aged woman trotted into the front hall from outside the house. When she saw Rang Rui's body on the ground, her whole body was shocked. Then, she lay on Rang Rui's body and cried bitterly. This woman was Rang Qingfeng's wife and Rang Rui's mother Liu Qin. Liu Qin cried for a while, then suddenly got up, ran to Rang Qingfeng, grabbed his collar and shook him. "Rang Qingfeng, you bastard. Your son has been killed, and you are still standing here. How did you protect your son? Why don't you go and avenge Zhou?" As she spoke, Liu Qin slapped Rang Qingfeng fiercely. Rang Qingfeng did not dodge and let his wife beat him. At this time, bang, a sound of slapping the table sounded. Enough. A shout. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes couldn't help but look at the old man with a sullen face on the main seat. This old man was the old patriarch of the Rang family in the provincial capital, Rang Yixiao. Rang Yixiao has two sons, Rang Qingshan, the eldest, and Rang Qingfeng, the second. The eldest is good at business operations and has made the Rang family's business flourish. Rang Qingfeng, the second, has no interest in family operations but is quite talented in martial arts. Although the two sons, one literary and one martial, are both outstanding, the most dignified and authoritative person in the Rang family is still the old patriarch Rang Yixiao. He slammed the table, and everyone was silent. Even Liu Qin, who was still crying, quickly shut her mouth. Rang Yixiao's eyes swept over all the Rang family members present. After a moment, he said in a cold voice, "Su Chen's behavior is a provocation to our Rang family. If no one in our Rang family expresses anything, we will definitely become a laughing stock in the provincial capital." Rang Qingfeng. Rang Yixiao shouted angrily. Rang Qingfeng stood up. "Dad, I'm here." Rang Yixiao's eyes were cold. "Tomorrow, you will set off for Bincheng. Kill Su Chen and wipe out the entire Zhou family." Chapter 140 To the insidious Li Zhaoshu. Yes. Rang Qingfeng agreed directly. Rang Rui's, who was killed by Su Chen, was his son. In addition, he was a martial arts practitioner and was only one step away from the innate realm. Even Jiang Qingrang was not his enemy. In terms of emotion and reason, he should go to Bincheng in person to avenge his son. Rang Yixiao said with cold eyes, "This time, you go to Bincheng. I want you to kill the prestige of our Rang family in the provincial capital. Let the people of Bincheng know, let the people of the provincial capital know, that the dignity of our Rang family cannot be violated." Everyone was shocked. Rang Qingfeng's eyes were red. "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely make the Zhou family bleed like a river. As for that Su Chen, I will pull out his tendons and bones, so that he can neither live nor die." Rang Qingfeng's voice full of murderous aura echoed throughout the hall. At this moment, all the Rang family members shared the same hatred. At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. "Report to the head of the family. The old head of the family, Li, is here." A servant came in to report. Everyone was stunned. What is Li Zhaoshu doing here at this time? Rang Yixiao murmured. After that, he ordered his men, "Pick up the young master's body first. Don't let outsiders laugh at it. As for Zhao's death and funeral, wait until Qingfeng goes to Bincheng to avenge him, before announcing it to the public. Qingshan, Qingfeng, you two brothers, accompany me to meet Li Zhaoshu, and see what this old guy wants to do." Soon, The servant led a white-haired old man into the hall. The old man looked 3 times similar to Li Xiaolei, but his eyes were a little narrow and long, which made him look a little sinister and fierce. This person was Li Xiaolei's half-brother, Li Xiaoshu, the head of the Li family in the provincial capital. Old man Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Rang Yixio was in a bad mood and didn't want to be polite with Li Xiaoshu. Li Xiaoshu didn't care and said straight to the point, Old Rong, I know you are in a bad mood. After all, your grandson Rang Ruiz died in Bincheng. As soon as these words came out, Rang Yixio, Rang Qingshan and Rang Qingfeng's faces changed instantly. How did you know this? Rang Yixio's face changed rapidly. Then, he came to his senses and said in a deep voice, it was your brother who was driven away by you, who told you, right? I remember that he seemed to be in Bincheng and was the richest man there. Li Xiaoshu did not deny it, but nodded. It was indeed Li Xiaolei who told me. Rang Yixio sneered. Then what do you mean by coming to my Rang family this time? Are you here to laugh at our Rang family? No. 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 Li Xiaoshu shook his head repeatedly and said, I was entrusted by my good brother to help the Zhou family and Su Chen to make peace with you. My brother said that in this matter, it was your Rang family who was wrong first. It was Rang Ruiz who insisted on forcing Zhou Wanqiu. Even if Su Chen killed Rang Ruiz, it is understandable. They are willing to compensate the Rang family with money. He had just finished speaking. Bang! Rang Yixio slapped the table. Crash! The wooden table was directly broken apart. Rang Yixio stood up suddenly, and his tiger-like eyes stared at Li Xiaoshu. Li Xiaoshu, I will kill your whole family first, and then pay you money. Are you willing? Are you here to deliberately humiliate my Rang family? Rang Yixio was furious. Rang Qingshan, the eldest master of the Rang family, had a gloomy face, and Rang Qingfeng, the second master, was also furious. Li Xiaoshu still smiled and said, Old Master Rang, don't be so angry. I was also entrusted by someone. My brother told me so, and I have to tell it truthfully. Hearing this, the anger on Rang Yixio's face quickly disappeared. He looked at Li Xiaoshu, and suddenly a sneer appeared on his face. You old guy, you are so hypocritical. You obviously don't want to help Li Xiaolei, but you have to waste a lot of words here. In the end, the matter was not accomplished, and Li Xiaolei also provoked the anger of our Rang family. You really love your brother. Li Xiaoshu smiled and said, Old man Rong, don't slander me. I'm sincerely here to lobby for my brother. If you don't want to, then don't want to. Don't provoke our brother's feelings. Okay. Rang Yixio sneered again and again. I know. When King Feng arrives in Bincheng, I will help you take care of your relationship with Li Xiaolei when I have time. Li Xiaoshu had a hypocritical smile on his face. Alas. I have tried my best to help, but you, the old stubborn man, just won't listen, and I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I have said it, so that's all. I'll take my leave. With that, Li Xiaoshu left directly. Looking at Li Xiaoshu's back, Rang Qingfeng spat fiercely. Bah. Rang Qingfeng said disdainfully, this old bastard clearly wants to kill his brother Li Xiaolei, but he just pretends to be so. Rang Yixio sneered. Li Xiaolei is not a pushover either. Since he went to Bincheng, he has been keeping a low profile everywhere, just because he doesn't want to give Li Xiaoshu a handle. I just don't know why he changed his style this time, because of Su Chen. Li Xiaoshu wants to use our own family's knife to give his brother a blow. King Feng, if it's convenient, you can teach Li Xiaolei a lesson, but don't kill him completely. In this way, you can give Li Xiaoshu face without making him feel completely comfortable. Li Xiaolei dares to interfere in the affairs of our own family, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Although Rang Qingfeng didn't think it through, he still nodded. Okay, Dad, I get it. On the other side, Zhao's villa. Su Chen woke up Zhou Wanqiu, and the Zhao's villa became more lively again. Zhou Wanqiu also realized that Su Chen might have gone to find medicinal herbs for Zhou Wanqiu. Just find medicinal herbs, why bring Kinyao with you? Zhou Wanqiu was still a little indignant. However, her attitude towards Su Chen became less hard. During dinner, Zhou Wanqiu even served a bowl of rice to Su Chen, not knowing whether it was out of gratitude or guilt. Here you go. Zhou Wanqiu handed the rice to Su Chen with a stern face. This scene made Su Chen a little confused. He looked at the rice handed over by Zhou Wanqiu, then looked at Zhou Wanqiu, looked at Zhou Wanqiu, then looked at the rice handed over. This attitude change was a bit big. Su Chen almost suspected that Zhou Wanqiu had poisoned this bowl of rice. After checking for a long time, he did not find anything abnormal. Zhou Wanqiu was so angry when she saw his suspicious look. Eat it if you want. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me, and I'll feed it to the dog, Zhou Wanqiu said angrily. Su Chen saw that Zhou Wanqiu was about to change color again, so he stopped checking and quickly ate a mouthful of rice. After dinner, taking a bath, and going to bed, Zhou Wanqiu was the same as before, without much abnormality. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Xingzu called Su Chen. Su Chen went outside and wanted to invite Wang Xingzu to come directly to his house. However, Wang Xingzu refused. No need. I'd better guard outside the villa. I will be more free. Otherwise, I have to be polite to the Zhou family, and neither of us will feel comfortable. Hearing Wang Xingzu's words, Su Chen did not insist. The guards at the Zhou family villa were arranged, and Su Chen wanted to go directly to the provincial capital. However, on second thought, he felt that he still needed to be more fully prepared. The Ran family is one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital, and it is one of the top 4 families. There must be many masters in the family. There may be strong people above the innate level. I must be fully prepared. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out something. This is a Gynoderma lucidum with a red color and a shape like a burning flame. It is the ebony flame Gynoderma obtained in Yaowang Valley. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Mysterious Heavenly Flame Power. Su Chen looked at the ebony flame Gynoderma with a complicated expression. This herb can already be called a magical medicine. When in Medicine King Valley, and Linglong had offered it for 3 billion. This number, let alone Su Chen who had just left the village, even he who had some experience now, felt that it was an astronomical figure. However, he still did not choose to transfer it for money, but kept it for himself. For him, 3 billion is a large number, but there is still hope to accumulate it. But if such an ebony flame Gynoderma is missed, it may be difficult to meet again. Moreover, this herb can help him go further on the road of cultivation. This is why Su Chen would rather offend Ding Dong Heo and White Dragon King, and must keep the flame Gynoderma. Let's transform this ebony flame Gynoderma into a real cultivation first, and then go to the provincial capital. Su Chen made up his mind, greeted Wang Xingzu, and went to Hu Chen Pavilion. As soon as he stepped in, he heard a burst of excited shouts. Wow, Master, you are finally here. Bian Sanson rushed out and grabbed Su Chen's arm. I heard from old guy Sun Zongjing that you took him to Yaowang Valley yesterday and found a magical medicine there. What a pity. I was not here yesterday, so I missed it. I'm so sad. Master, are you here to take us to Yaowang Valley again, or to teach us something? Bian Sanson said a lot in a row. Su Chen looked annoyed. These 2 days, he was busy with the affairs of the Zhou family and the Rang family in the provincial capital, and he almost forgot about this guy. Why haven't you left yet? Su Chen blurted out. Bian Sanson immediately pursed his lips. Master, you haven't taught me anything yet. You said you would teach old man Sun, so you can teach me at the same time. I have been waiting for you here. I happened to go out for something yesterday, but you took him to Yaowang Valley. Today, you should be here, to teach us new medical skills, right? Bian Sanson looked aggrieved. Su Chen thought about it, and realized that it was true. On the side, Sun Zongjing also came over with a look of joy. Su Chen had no choice but to quickly say, well, don't call me master, I don't deserve it. Indeed, this time I also want to discuss a set of acupuncture with you too. Hearing this, Sun Zongjing and Bian Sanson were overjoyed. Su Chen took out a set of acupuncture that can be used without Zhuanjin and Yuan Qi, plum blossom needle array. This set of acupuncture cannot be considered a separate acupuncture method, but can be combined with the acupuncture techniques you used in the past. 3-3 formation, or 5-5 formation, can increase your original acupuncture effect by 3 to 5 times. Su Chen introduced it and then demonstrated it. The two old men were overjoyed. If Su Chen introduced them to a special acupuncture method, perhaps they would have to wait until a special case to use it. But now, Su Chen taught them a set of acupuncture arrays that can be combined with their original acupuncture techniques, so they can get started directly. The two old men understood it soon. After asking Su Chen a few questions, he began to pick up the needle and try it on himself and the other person. Taking this opportunity, Su Chen borrowed a few medicinal materials from Sun Zongjing and then ran to the place where he boiled medicine. He was going to use the ebony flame fungus to make medicine. After matching all the auxiliary medicinal materials needed, Su Chen lit the fire and lit the furnace. Then, he put the ebony flame fungus and other medicinal materials into the casserole in a certain proportion and order. Soon, the temperature in the casserole rose rapidly. This is the magic of the ebony flame fungus. Su Chen also practiced the exercises, mobilized the vitality, and sent it into the casserole. After more than an hour, the whole decoction room was steaming. This temperature, like a boiler room, far exceeded the previous decoction scene. Soon, a hum sounded. Crack. The casserole exploded directly. Two not very round pills flew out directly. Su Chen stepped forward and grabbed them directly. Hiss. A burning feeling came from his hand, and Su Chen had no expression on his face. This is the normal reaction of the ebony flame Ganoderma to refine the elixir. Sure enough, using these conventional refining tools and ordinary medicinal materials as auxiliary medicines, there is a lot of waste. Su Chen sighed secretly. If it was in the village, using grandfather's refining equipment, and pulling a few high-grade medicinal materials from grandfather's medicine garden as auxiliary medicines, Su Chen is confident that he can refine more than 3 elixirs. However, now is an emergency. Besides, 2 should be enough. Su Chen opened the door of the decoction room and stepped out. Outside the door, the two old men, Sun Zongjing and Bian Sanson, were sweating profusely. What are you doing? Su Chen asked. Bian Sanson hurriedly said, you are finally out. Since you went in to refine the medicine, the temperature of the entire rejuvenation hall has risen rapidly. I thought the decoction room was on fire. If it weren't for old man Sun stopping me, I would have rushed in to put out the fire. Su Chen had an embarrassed smile on his face. Sun Zongjing looked at Su Chen and asked, Zhou Chen, you should have used the ebony flame fungus to make medicine, right? Bian Sanson was stunned. Su Chen nodded and took out the pill made from the ebony flame fungus. Oh my god. This should be a magical medicine, right? Bian Sanson and Sun Zongjing were stunned. Su Chen, you can actually make a magical medicine. It means you don't accept disciples, otherwise I will kneel down and kowtow to you no matter what. Bian Sanson said excitedly. Sun Zongjing also understood why Su Chen was unwilling to transfer this medicinal material. The two were also very tactful and didn't say anything more. Su Chen thanked Sun Zongjing and asked him if there was a quiet place. Behind my Huchen pavilion, there is a yard that is not too big or too small. I also planted some herbs and so on. If you want to use it, you can go and use it directly. Sun Zongjing said. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Then I will use it to practice for a while. If there is nothing important, please try not to disturb me. I'm afraid of hurting you by mistake. Sun Zongjing nodded quickly. The two walked to the backyard, which was indeed a small yard with some trees and some medicinal herbs. Su Chen nodded, very satisfied. Zhou Chen, you just stay busy here. I'll go to the front first. Just practice with peace of mind. No one can disturb you. Sun Zongjing said, and then left. Su Chen stood in the yard and took out the 2 pills he had just refined. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the 2 pills together. Go. The 2 pills, emitting amazing heat, went down his throat and into his body. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from Su Chen's body. This pure energy, filled with a scorching breath, rushed towards Su Chen's meridians. Su Chen held his breath and concentrated his mind, fully mobilizing all the mysterious energy in his meridians, madly absorbing this violent and scorching medicinal power. The mysterious energy in Su Chen's body, driven by the medicinal power, ran faster and faster. Finally, a small vortex formed in the Danshan. At this moment, Su Chen felt the vitality between heaven and earth more clearly. Mysterious heaven flame power. Su Chen shouted in a low voice. Then, he absorbed the power of the pill with more strength. Whoosh! The wind suddenly blew in the yard. The wind from all directions blew towards Su Chen. In places invisible to the naked eye, countless heaven and earth energy gathered towards Su Chen. The violent power of the two pills became the trigger. Waves of heaven and earth energy merged into Su Chen's mysterious power and finally merged into the cyclone in the Danshan. Finally, it turned into pure energy and entered Su Chen's meridians. More importantly, this energy was not ordinary energy. It was white with a yellowish hue and exuded a terrifying burning heat. This was the effect of the pill made from the ebony flame fungus. The next second, Su Chen opened his eyes suddenly. Two white with a yellowish hue were reflected from his eyes. Then, they flashed away. Su Chen's face was slightly happy. It's done. He raised his hand gently and then squeezed it hard. Puff! A sonic boom sounded out of thin air. In the past, Su Chen would have needed to punch hard to make such a sound. Su Chen smiled and then punched out fiercely. Flame energy. He shouted angrily, and a fist shadow carrying terrifying energy was punched out. In an instant, a huge pit of more than 2 meters in diameter was directly blown out on the ground. Around the huge pit, the weeds also burned. At this moment, Su Chen's confidence soared. Now, even if he went to the Rang family in the provincial capital, he was 100 times more confident. Chapter 144. Li Xiaolei is in trouble. Bincheng. Highway intersection. An Audi A8 with a provincial license plate slowly approached the highway intersection. The driver was a young and strong man. Sitting in the passenger seat was a very energetic middle-aged man, Rang Qingfeng from the Rang family. The two had just stepped off the highway. Then, a car quietly followed. This car was sent by Li Xiaolei. The driver of this car followed and called Li Xiaolei. Master Li, I have found the car of the Rang family in the provincial capital. The person sitting on it seems to be Rang Qingfeng, the second master of the Rang family. The young driver was named Heezy, and he reported carefully. Li Xiaolei hurriedly said, okay, Heezy, I know. You should be careful and keep a distance. This Rang Qingfeng is a martial arts master. Don't let him find you. The driver Heezy smiled and said, Master Li, don't worry. My Kang's driving skills and acting skills are absolutely first class. Well, be careful. See which way he goes, judge his destination, and finally give me a message. Li Xiaolei said. The driver Heezy said, okay, then wait for my news. After the two hung up the phone, Heezy stepped on the accelerator and slowly approached Rang Qingfeng's car. As for what Li Xiaolei told him, he didn't care at all. He has done this more than once or twice, and nothing has ever happened. At this moment, the Audi A8 in front suddenly turned onto a small road. Heezy hurried to follow. Not long after, the Audi A8 stopped. Heezy slowed down, wondering in his heart whether he should stop or go over first. At this moment, boom. A loud bang exploded. Heezy only felt a strong wind on his face, and he felt dizzy, and then he was taken out of the car and thrown to the ground. In front of him were the two people in the Audi A8. Rang Qingfeng stared at Heezy with cold eyes and asked, boy, tell me, who asked you to follow us? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise you will suffer. Heezy panicked, but his expression was very arrogant. Fuck you. Who the hell are you? I'm just passing by. Who the hell is following you? Ah. He didn't finish his words, but there was a scream. Just because Rang Qingfeng stepped on one of his leg bones and broke it. I don't like to listen to nonsense. Rang Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. Heezy gritted his teeth and cursed. Fuck you. I'm just passing by. Ah. Another scream sounded. His other leg bone was broken. Rang Qingfeng looked calm. If you don't tell the truth again, I will break your bones one by one. You can bet. As he spoke, he pinched Heezy's arm with a little force. A sound of bone cracking sounded. Ah. Heezy couldn't stand it any longer. It's the head of the Li family. It's Li Xiaolei. If you had said it earlier, you would have suffered less. Ranking Feng smiled coldly and then slapped Easy on the head. Bang! A muffled sound. Easy fell to the ground and there was no sound. Ranking Feng returned to the car with a blank expression. Drive. He said lightly. Let's go to the Li family first. The young driver was stunned. Aren't we going to the Zhou family? Ranking Feng glanced at him and the young driver quickly shut up and drove quickly. Ranking Feng then said lightly, originally, I didn't want to deal with this old man Li Xiaolei, but I didn't expect that he would dare to send someone to watch me. Haha. Since you miss me so much, then I'll go to his house first and let him see me with his own eyes. The young driver on the side trembled violently. In Ranking Feng's voice, he heard the boundless murderous intent. Su Chen Pavilion, in the small courtyard. Su Chen looked at his hands and the huge pit in front of him. His eyes flickered. Even though he was usually calm, he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Although he had laid a very solid foundation under the training of his grandfather since he was a child. However, he did not become the innate strongman in the eyes of the world. To become an innate strongman, one must be able to feel the vitality between heaven and earth and absorb and utilize it. In fact, when a person is born, he can feel the vitality between heaven and earth, but no child knows how to practice. In the process of growing up, after eating and drinking secular food, the child will slowly close the acupoints and become an acquired person. Only by re-entering the martial arts, from Mingjin to Enjin, and then to Zuenjin, can the acupoints of the flesh be opened, and the vitality of heaven and earth can be slowly perceived. When you can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth for cultivation and use it in fighting, you can be called an innate strongman. This step has stopped countless masters of Zuenjin. How difficult it is to return to the innate from the acquired. But after becoming an innate strongman, it is extremely powerful. You can use the vitality of heaven and earth to practice, and the speed of practice is amazing. In addition, the innate strongman can borrow the vitality of heaven and earth to fight, with a power of 5 horses. A congenital strongman can easily slaughter 10 masters of Zuanjin. This is why congenital strongman can dominate a province. Under the cultivation of his grandfather, Su Chen has a solid foundation in martial arts, but he still lacks an opportunity to step into the congenital realm. Now, getting the ebony flame Ganoderma and refining it into a spiritual medicine not only helps him enter the congenital realm smoothly, but also helps him cultivate the flame energy. This kind of energy with a violent burning attribute is much stronger than the energy of ordinary congenital strongmen. It can be said that Su Chen started much higher than others on the road to congenital strongman. What's more, Su Chen's flame energy can be further evolved. Now it is just a yellowish white color, and it can even turn into red, purple, and black. The power at that time was even more terrifying. Su Chen smiled lightly. It's worth getting the ebony flame Ganoderma. Otherwise, even if he has the Zuanshan flame energy, he can't refine the flame energy. Su Chen was about to open the door of the small courtyard. By the way, turn on the phone again. Just now, when he was practicing, he was afraid that he would be affected, so he turned his phone to silent mode. Ding-ling-ling. His phone rang suddenly. Su Chen's eyes were stern, because it was Li Xiaolei's call. He answered it immediately. Mr. Su, why did you answer the phone just now? Li Xiaolei's anxious voice came from the other side. Su Chen then noticed that there were several missed calls on his phone. He was shocked and said quickly, I was just practicing. What happened? Li Xiaolei said, Mr. Su, it's bad. The people I sent out have found the car of the Ran family. The person sent by the Ran family seems to be Ranking Feng, the second master of the Ran family. He is a martial arts master and is said to be about to step into the Xianshan. You must be prepared. Su Chen was shocked. If Ranking Feng steps into the Xianshan, Wang Xingzu will definitely not be his opponent. He didn't even say hello to Sun Zongjing and rushed directly to the Zhou family. Mr. Li, do you know the location of Ranking Feng now? Su Chen asked anxiously. However, Li Xiaolei on the opposite side did not speak again. Mr. Li, Su Chen asked again. A dark cloud flashed through his mind. Something seemed to have happened to Li Xiaolei, otherwise, he would definitely not have replied. Su Chen ran towards Zhao's house while listening to the call from Mr. Li. Boom. The sound of a wall collapsing came from the phone. Then, there were screams of many people. At this moment, a cold voice exploded. Li Xiaolei, didn't you ask someone to follow me? Now I'm here. Hearing this voice, Su Chen frowned slightly. At this time, Li Xiaolei's voice finally sounded. Ranking Feng. It's you. Su Chen's footsteps running towards Zhao's house suddenly stopped. Ranking Feng actually went to Li's house first. He quickly turned around and ran towards Li's house. Chapter 145 I want you to die. Su Chen was extremely anxious. He already understood that Ranking Feng did not go to Zhao's house at all, but went to Li's house first. Although Su Chen did not know why, the Li family was in great danger now. Li's villa. Li Xiaolei had a gloomy face. His eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man walking towards the door. It was Ranking Feng. A trace of panic flashed through Li Xiaolei's heart, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Nephew Rong, what are you doing in my Li's house? Did your father ask you to come?" Li Xiaolei, don't put on airs in front of me. You are no longer the heir of the Li family in the provincial capital, let alone the head of the Li family in the provincial capital. Ranking Feng said coldly. He did not give any face. Li Xiaolei's heart sank. Nephew, even if I'm not the head of the Li family in the provincial capital, according to seniority, I'm still your uncle. Bah. Ranking Feng looked at Li Xiaolei coldly with a mocking smile on his face. Li Xiaolei, you old dog, you've been driven out of the provincial capital as a stray dog. You should be a coward. I didn't expect that you dare to meddle in the affairs of my Ran family now. You really hate your life. Li Xiaolei's face froze, and he laughed dryly and said, "Nephew Rong, I just want to turn hostility into friendship." As soon as he finished speaking, bang, Ranking Feng waved his hand lightly, and a mysterious force mixed with vitality suddenly hit out. Li Xiaolei was blown away directly. Dad, Grandpa, 2 calls came. Li Chunren and a young and beautiful woman ran over and helped Li Xiaolei up. This young and beautiful woman, named Li Qingyan, is Li Xiaolei's granddaughter. Li Xiaolei never thought that Ranking Feng would come to the Li family, so he didn't let his family hide away. This is why Li Qingyan happened to be at home when Ranking Feng came to the door this time. "You bastard, why did you hit my grandfather?" Li Qingyan saw her grandfather covered in blood and immediately scolded Ranking Feng. Ranking Feng glanced at Li Qingyan, then waved his hand fiercely. Li Qingyan was beaten and flew out in an instant. "Ah, girl." Li Chunren screamed instantly and ran to Li Qingyan. Li Xiaolei was so angry when he saw this scene. "Ranking Feng, I did all these things. You are only looking for trouble with me. Don't touch my family." Li Xiaolei shouted angrily. However, Ranking Feng pouted and said, "Do I need you, an old man, to teach me how to do things? You, a stray dog, are actually meddling in the affairs of my Ran family. You should learn a lesson." As he spoke, he grabbed it with his hand. A stream of cold wind blew in the hall instantly. Li Xiaolei's body was sucked directly into Ranking Feng's hands. This is the use of the vitality of heaven and earth. This shows that Ranking Feng has indeed touched the edge of the innate realm. The faces of the Li family members changed drastically. Li Chunren and Li Qingyan, whose mouth was bleeding, hurried forward. "Let go of my dad. Let go of Grandpa." The two shouted hurriedly. However, Ranking Feng showed a cruel smile on his face. "Li Xiaolei keeps interfering in my Ran family affairs, then I will break your hands and feet." As he spoke, he hit 4 times brazenly. Bang, 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 bang. 4 sounds of broken bones sounded at the same time. Finally, Ranking Feng punched Li Xiaolei in the stomach. Puff. Li Xiaolei spurted blood and flew back. Li Chunren and Li Qingyan, with tears on their faces, helped Li Xiaolei up. But Li Xiaolei could no longer lift his hands and legs, and the bright red blood slowly flowed out, instantly wetting a place. Li Chunren and Li Qingyan burst into tears. "You bastard." Li Chunren pointed at Ranking Feng and cursed. Li Qingyan also stared with red eyes. "You will not die well in the future." Hearing the 2 people scolding, Ranking Feng showed a hideous smile on his face. "Do you really think that you 2 are fine?" As he spoke, Ranking Feng sucked with both hands. The father and daughter of the Li family had no resistance at all and were directly sucked into his hands. Even though the father and daughter were controlled, they still shouted and cursed loudly. Ranking Feng said coldly, "Just curse. The more fiercely you curse, the greater the suffering you will suffer. Then, he first looked at Li Chunren. You, the eldest son of the Li family, are really useless. Going out will also bring shame to the Li family. Why not? You will be completely paralyzed in the future and stay at home to recuperate. As he spoke, a wisp of black mist surged in Ran Qingfeng's left hand and rushed into Li Chunren's body. This method is exactly the same as Jiang Qingrang's at the beginning. In fact, Ran Qingfeng and Jiang Qingrang were from the same martial arts school, but they each mastered different techniques, but the effects were similar. Otherwise, Ran Qingfeng would not have sent Jiang Qingrang to protect Rang Rui's. The black mist was infiltrating Li Chunren. Hiss, hiss. The sound of corroding the flesh was heard. Li Chunren was in extreme pain. Not long after, his face turned completely black, and the whole person was hunched over like a shrimp. You bastard. What did you do to my dad? Li Qingyan cursed loudly on Ran Qingfeng's other hand. Just let him learn his lesson. Ran Qingfeng smiled coldly. Don't worry, you can't run away. Li Qingyan's mouth was bleeding, and she cursed loudly. Asshole, come on. You have the guts to kill me. As she spoke, she tried to grab Ran Qingfeng with her hand. Ran Qingfeng exerted a little force, and her face turned red, and she couldn't breathe. I won't kill you, but I will make you suffer worse than death. Ran Qingfeng showed a cruel smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of black mist spread out from his hands again, and spread towards Li Qingyan's face. What did you do to me? Li Qingyan's face was filled with fear. She only felt that her face had a crazy burning sensation, and was extremely itchy. Soon, terrible black spots appeared on Li Qingyan's face, making her look like a monster. Ha 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 ha. Ran Qingfeng laughed wildly. Li Xiaolei, the head of the Li family in Bincheng, is arrogant and ignorant. He points fingers at the Ran family's actions, so I will break your hands and feet. Li Chunren, the eldest son of the Li family in Bincheng, is arrogant and rude. He has no manners towards the four families in the provincial capital, so I will let you be paralyzed in bed and hunchbacked for life. Li Qingyan, the daughter of the Li family in Bincheng, speaks vulgarly and does not match your beautiful appearance, so I will help you coordinate and unify and destroy your appearance. With such a result, you Li family members should learn a lesson, right? Ha ha ha. Ran Qingfeng laughed wildly and walked out of the villa. After walking out of the gate, he turned around and looked at the magnificent gate of the Li family and sneered. This Li family is really not worthy of such a gate. As he spoke, he turned around and hit it with a palm. Boom. The entire stone gate and courtyard wall collapsed. The sign of Li Mansion was smashed to pieces. Ha ha ha. Ran Qingfeng laughed wildly again and then left comfortably. In the hall of the Li family villa, the three grandparents of the Li family were in a miserable state. The old man, Li Xiaolei, was lying in a pool of blood, and his limbs were still bleeding slowly. Li Chunren was pale, and his whole body was hunched like a shrimp, spitting blood from his mouth from time to time. Li Qingyan, the daughter of the Li family, took out her mobile phone, looked at her face full of black lines and pimples with despair, and tears flowed down her face. Wow. I'm disfigured. Woo. Li Qingyan cried bitterly. Appearance is too important for a woman who is just in her early 20s. This kind of blow is unacceptable to any woman. What's more, Li Qingyan turned out to be a beauty at the level of a school flower. Li Chunren listened to his daughters crying and struggled to get up. Seeing this, Li Qingyan could only cry while running over to help him up. Then, the two of them tried to help Li Xiaolei sit up. The three of them looked miserable and pitiful. Dad, look, this is the consequence of your support for Su Chen. Our Li family is finished. Li Chunren said with a trace of resentment. A trace of pain flashed in Li Xiaolei's eyes, but he still said firmly, I believe in Zhou Chen. Grandpa, it's time. You still believe in that man. Your granddaughter is disfigured. Woo woo. Li Qingyan cried again. Li Xiaolei's face also showed a trace of guilt. He never thought that Ran Qingfeng would come to the Li family, otherwise he would definitely not let his granddaughter at home. At this moment, a call came. Old Li. Su Chen's voice rang out. I'm here. Ahem. Li Xiaolei responded and coughed. Outside the door, Su Chen looked at the collapsed gate of the Li family and the messy inner courtyard, and was shocked. After hearing the response from Old Li, he rushed into the hall. Seeing the miserable appearance of the three grandparents and grandchildren of the Li family, Su Chen could no longer bear it. A surge of anger burst out directly. Ranking Feng, I want you to die. Chapter 146. Are you the only one who is born with the talent? Su Chen's eyes were full of rage. At this moment, a cry rang out. You are Su Chen? You are the bastard who made our whole family so miserable? Su Chen saw a woman with horrible black lines and pimples on her face, staring at him with eyes as sharp as knives. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. King Guyan, what are you talking about? Li Xiaolei scolded. Then, he said to Su Chen, Xiaochen, don't mind, this is my granddaughter King Guyan. Ranking Feng came to my house, we didn't expect it, so King Guyan was also implicated, causing her appearance to be ruined, so she. Li Xiaolei said, tears also flowed from his eyes. Su Chen's eyes also showed a trace of guilt. The miserable appearance of the Li family was all because of him. He quickly said, Mr. Li, Miss Li, don't worry, I will take care of your injuries. Li King Guyan was stunned, and then her face changed drastically and said, what? You mean, my face can return to normal? My grandfather and my father can also return to normal? Su Chen stepped forward and quickly checked the three people. Li King Guyan didn't dare to speak, and looked at Su Chen expectantly. Because Ranking Feng came to her house, she looked at Su Chen, as if he were an enemy. Now, she looked at him, as if he were a savior. After Su Chen finished examining the three people, Li King Guyan hurriedly asked, how is it? Su Chen nodded and said, don't worry, I can definitely make all three of you recover as before. Li King Guyan looked incredulous, and she asked in confusion, are you bragging? Li Xiaolei scolded, King Guyan, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su's medical skills are better than Sun Zhangjing, and the divine Dr. Bian Sanson on the saint hand list. Hearing this, Li King Guyan immediately became excited. I will treat you now. Su Chen said. Li Xiaolei was about to agree, but his face suddenly changed. Su Chen, don't rush to treat us now, go to Zhao's villa first. Ranking Feng must have gone there to find you. Hurry back. Su Chen's face suddenly became stern. What Mr. Li said is right. I will stabilize the injuries of the three of you first, and wait until I deal with Ranking Feng, and then come to treat the three of you. As he spoke, he took out a silver needle, and sealed the meridians of the three people, so that the injuries of the three people would not get worse. Then, he hurriedly said goodbye and left. According to the description of the Li family, Ranking Feng's cultivation has at least touched the edge of the Xianshan realm. Even if Wang Xingzu was in Zhao's villa, I'm afraid there would be no way to stop it. Seeing Su Chen's back as he left, Li King Guyan asked, Grandpa, is this Su Chen really capable? Can he deal with Ranking Feng? If he is killed by Ranking Feng, there will be no one to treat us. Ranking Feng's terrifying appearance just now has left a terrifying impression on Li King Guyan. Li Xiaolei said, don't worry. Although Ranking Feng is a master, Su Chen is not an ordinary person either. Li Chunren covered his chest and said, girl, don't ask your grandfather. Just ask him about Su Chen. He will definitely say it's okay. Sometimes I feel that Su Chen is your grandfather's illegitimate child outside. Fuck your uncle. Bah. When Li Xiaolei heard this, he wanted to hit Li Chunren directly, but he found that he couldn't lift his arm at all, so he could only spit at Li Chunren. Li King Guyan felt funny when she saw this scene. The depression and sadness in the Li family villa just now seemed to have weakened a lot because of Su Chen's arrival just now. Zhao family villa. An Audi A8 with a provincial license plate slowly stopped. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked out of the car. It was Ranking Feng who had just made a big fuss at the Li family. At this time, he looked at the Zhao family villa in front of him with a murderous look on his face. Ranking Feng knew that his son died in this villa. Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent burst out from him violently. Dap, dap, dap. Ranking Feng's murderous aura gradually became stronger with his footsteps. Suddenly, he stopped. Because in front of him, a sturdy old man suddenly appeared and blocked his way. A strong mysterious force surged in the old man. It was Wang Xingzu. Get out of the way. Ranking Feng said coldly. Wang Xingzu shook his head. I'm trusted by others. I'm loyal to them. Ranking Feng showed sarcasm on his face. Do you know that you will die? It may not be me who will die, Wang Xingzu said lightly. Wang Xingzu of the Wang family, come and learn from me. Although his expression was calm, he was very anxious in his heart. Because Wang Xingzu could clearly feel that the oppression coming from the opposite side was an oppression of energy level. Ran Qingfeng showed a trace of cruelty on his face. The head of the Wang family, right? Then you go to die. After Ran Qingfeng finished speaking, he punched out. The Zhu engine in his body suddenly exploded, attached to his fist, and blasted towards Wang Xingzu. Wang Xingzu looked solemn, and went all out, gathering all the Zhu engine in his body into his palms to meet it. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Wang Xingzu flew backwards. His body dragged a deep pit on the ground. You are not a Zhu engine cultivator? Wang Xingzu's face showed a trace of shock. Ran Qingfeng laughed wildly. I'm still a Zhu engine cultivator, but I will soon become a Xianshan realm expert. Your Zhu engine, in my eyes, is like a chicken and a dog. That's the same for Su Chen. Dying at the hands of an Xianshan expert is enough to make you proud for the rest of your life. Go to hell. Ran Qingfeng roared, and he raised his fist again. This time, what was condensed in his fist was no longer a simple Zhu engine, but the Yuan Qi of the world. Not only that, there was also a wisp of black mist. The Yuan Qi that Ran Qingfeng cultivated was not conventional, but he integrated his poison skills from the Zhu engine period into it. Although he has not yet completely entered the realm of an innate strongman, he can still rely on this trace of poison in his vitality to deal with other real innate strongmen. Seeing this scene, Wang Xingzu was completely desperate. This Ran Qingfeng is not only about to step into the realm of innateness, but also cultivates vitality with attributes. Even if Su Chen comes, he may be powerless against such a strong man. Ran Qingfeng has a cruel smile on his face, and he punches hard, hitting through the air. The Fuzhou Anjin and Yuan Qi entangled and merged with each other, and then with a trace of poison, bombarded towards Wang Xingzu. Ah! Puff! Wang Xingzu punched himself hard. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly. This is how he mobilized all his blood and Qi. Wang Xingzu's Zhu Anjin surged with all his strength, resisting Ran Qingfeng's fist shadow. Puff! A light sound of breaking sounded. Wang Xingzu's Zhu Anjin was completely shattered in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fist was hard, and continued to smash towards him like a broken bamboo. Wang Xingzu was completely desperate. At this moment, a calm but firm voice sounded. Mr. Wang, you've worked hard. I'm here. The next second, Wang Xingzu felt that his body was suddenly pulled back. A figure blocked in front of him, and then punched Ran Qingfeng's fist shadow. Puff! Without the violent vibration of Zhu engine, without the mighty agitation of Yuan Qi, Ran Qingfeng's fist shadow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Xingzu looked unbelievable. However, he still shouted hurriedly, Su Chen, you go. There is life, there is hope. Ran Qingfeng has already stepped half a foot into the Xianshan, and the Yuan Qi is still poisonous. You are not his opponent. Go. Su Chen turned his head, looked at Wang Xingzu, and said lightly, Mr. Wang, you just watch from the side. After that, Su Chen went straight forward, and stood opposite Ran Qingfeng. Ran Qingfeng looked at Su Chen, his eyes red. You are Su Chen? You killed my son? Su Chen said coldly, that's right. I just removed a scourge from the world. Ha ha ha. Good. I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. Ran Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Su Chen looked at Ran Qingfeng, thinking of Li Xiaolei whose hands and feet were broken, thinking of Li Chunren who was seriously injured and hunchbacked, thinking of Li Qingyan who was innocently disfigured. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I will kill you directly. Because a beast like you, like your son, is a harm to the world if you live one more second. Su Chen said coldly. Ran Qingfeng shouted, you are so shameless. Go to hell. Then, he stomped his feet on the ground, his figure flashed, his hands became claws, filled with black mist, and grabbed Su Chen fiercely. Countless heaven and earth energy, along with Ran Qingfeng's claws, attacked Su Chen together. Su Chen, be careful. Get out of the way. Wang Xingzu reminded loudly. He knew that this kind of energy attack was already an attack method of the innate strong, and Zhu Enjin could not resist it at all. However, Su Chen went forward with a punch. Are you the only innate? Su Chen went forward with a punch. The more violent energy of heaven and earth followed Su Chen's attack. Ran Qingfeng's face changed, and his moves changed. He gathered his fingers into a palm, and the thick black mist attacked Su Chen with the energy. This black mist was his poison. However, Su Chen did not dodge. The fists and palms intersected. Bang! Wang Xing's face changed, and it was too late to remind him that it was poisonous. Ran Qingfeng showed a trace of ecstasy on his face. In his opinion, in this way, his poison could infect Su Chen. Su Chen was already dead. However, Su Chen looked at him and said coldly, "Do you think that only your energy has attributes?" Ran Qingfeng's face changed. Then, he felt a wave of heat coming towards him. A yellowish white flame burned in Su Chen's energy. Ran Qingfeng's black poisonous mist was instantly burned into green smoke. What's more terrifying is that the burning energy directly burned Ran Qingfeng's meridians along the fists of the two people. Ah! Ran Qingfeng screamed in pain and wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. Su Chen stepped forward directly, raised his hand and punched, carrying the terrifying energy, and hit his chest fiercely. Flame energy. Boom. An explosion sounded. The clothes in front of Ran Qingfeng burned violently. Boom. A muffled sound came from his body. Ran Qingfeng bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground and died. Until his death, his eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that he, a strong man who had set foot on the innate, would die in Bincheng like this, in the hands of a young man in his early 20s. In addition to Ran Qingfeng, Wang Xingzu on the side was also dumbfounded. Chapter 147. I also want an acupuncture needle in the heart. Outside the Zhou family villa, there was a mess. But it was unusually quiet. Wang Xingzu looked at Ran Qingfeng's body on the ground and Su Chen, who seemed to be fine in his heart. Go. He swallowed unconsciously. Although Wang Xingzu knew that Su Chen's martial arts skills were very terrifying, and he also knew that Su Chen's martial arts talent was absolutely gifted. However, he never expected that Su Chen had already stepped into the innate realm and could kill Ran Qingfeng so easily. Mr. Su, you are actually an innate strongman. Wang Xingzu's voice trembled a little. Su Chen looked at Wang Xingzu and smiled. You can only be considered a martial arts cultivator with innate skills, not a strong man. Su Chen thought to himself, if he can't even beat that old man, grandpa, what kind of strong man is he? Wang Xingzu was speechless because of Su Chen's versatile words. If the innate realm is not considered a strong man, what is a master of Zhuanjin like himself? Trash. However, Wang Xingzu's face changed and he said, Mr. Su, the man you killed is Ran Qingshan, the second master of the Ran family in the provincial capital. I'm afraid the Ran family will never stop fighting you. Su Chen said lightly, ever since Ran Rui's died in my hands, my hatred with the Ran family has been irreconcilable. Wang Xingzu nodded, and he suddenly asked, what about old Li's family? Su Chen hurriedly said, old Li's Lei, his son and granddaughter were all injured by this bastard. I just helped them stabilize their injuries and rushed over. I have to go back now to help them deal with their injuries. As for Ran Qingfeng's body, please help me, Mr. Wang. I'll take it to the provincial capital and return it to the Ran family. Wang Xingzu's face changed, and he hurriedly said, of course there is no problem in cleaning up the body. However, if you go to the Ran family in the provincial capital, you must be careful. The Ran family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. There must be a worshipper in the innate realm. Moreover, I suspect that his family may have a higher level of worshipper. You must be careful. Su Chen nodded. Okay, I'll be careful. Please help me collect Ran Qingfeng's body first. I'll go to help the Li family with treatment first. The two chatted for a few more words, and Su Chen left quickly. Wang Xingzu looked at Su Chen's figure that disappeared like lightning, and the excitement and shock in his eyes became stronger. He knew that he had really hit the mark by betting on Su Chen this time. Wang Xingzu looked at Ran Qingfeng's body, only to see that his chest had been burned black. A burning smell came from time to time. Wang Xingzu curled his lips. You were so arrogant just now, and you were shouting that you would kill 7 or 8 people, but now you're barbecued? Don't you have to let me, an old man, help you collect the body? Let you pretend. Bah. Su Chen ran towards the Li family at a very fast speed. Halfway through, Su Chen stopped. He thought about the injuries of the 3 people of the Li family, and after thinking about it, he turned around and ran towards the Hu Chen pavilion. Because he wanted to get the medicine they needed in advance. Rushing to the Hu Chen pavilion, Li Xiaolei was still practicing the plum blossom needle formation with Bian Sanson. The two saw Su Chen coming and greeted him warmly. Bian Sanson said, "Mr. Su, thank you for teaching me the plum blossom needle formation. I will leave tomorrow. Can I treat you to dinner tonight?" Su Chen apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bian, I have an urgent matter these 2 days, and I may have to leave Bincheng tonight. When you come to Bincheng again in the future, I will set up a wine to apologize." In Su Chen's plan, he was going to go to the provincial capital today to solve the troubles of the Ran family. After all, the Ran family didn't receive a reply from Ran Qingfeng, and who knows what other plans they might have. If a bunch of Zhuanjin masters and innate strongmen were sent again, he would not be afraid if they were concentrated in one place, but if they were divided into several places, he would not be able to take care of them all. Therefore, he could only feel relieved if he took the initiative to attack and completely deal with the Ran family as soon as possible. Hearing Su Chen's words, Bian Sanson waved his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Su, don't say that. You taught me the plum blossom needle formation, and I have already received your favor. Just do whatever you need first." Su Chen nodded and then looked at Sun Zongjing on the side. "Old son, I need some medicinal materials, and I will borrow your place to make some medicine." Sun Zongjing hurriedly said, "Use whatever you want." After that, he took the initiative to help Su Chen prepare all the necessary medicinal materials and then sent them to the decoction room. Su Chen plunged in and started to make medicine for the Li family. Li's villa. The 3 grandparents and grandchildren of the Li family, 2 of them were lying on the hospital beds. One Li Qingyan, with a gauze scarf on her head, covered her face with a blank look and took care of the surroundings. She looked at the watch for a while and then looked outside the door, looking very anxious. On the 2 beds, Li Xiaolei was pale and his hands and feet were stiff. Li Chunren's face was surrounded by black hair, and he coughed from time to time, and the whole person was hunched on the bed. Although the father and son did not move much, there was deep worry in their eyes. "Grandpa, how long has it been? Su Chen hasn't come back yet. Was he killed by Ran Qingfeng?" Li Qingyan asked anxiously. This was the 3rd time she asked this question. However, the previous times, Li Xiaolei scolded her. But this time, Li Xiaolei did not scold her again. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked outside the door with a flash of worry in his eyes. What they didn't know was that Su Chen went to the rejuvenation pavilion to refine medicine for them first. On the side, Li Chunren also said, "Dad, don't hold out hope. I think Su Chen is in danger. Let's go to the hospital quickly. Maybe we can suffer less." "Yes, yes," Li Qingyan said hurriedly. "Let's take advantage of the time now. The hospital may really have a way to save him. If we delay any longer, your limbs and my dad's body will probably be seriously damaged." The father and daughter stared at Li Xiaolei. However, Li Xiaolei shook his head firmly. "I believe that Su Chen can definitely defeat Ran Qingfeng. As long as he can beat Ran Qingfeng, it will be very easy for him to injure the 3 of us." "Crazy. Dad must be old and confused." Li Chunren complained wildly in his heart. The same thought flashed through Li Qingyan's mind. "I don't know what kind of medicine this bastard Su Chen gave Grandpa to make him so obsessed." Li Qingyan said angrily, "Grandpa, you won't cry until you see Su Chen's coffin." Li Xiaolei was about to get angry when he heard this. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. "Mr. Li, you probably won't be able to see my coffin. But if you want to see Ran Qingfeng's coffin, I can bring it to you later." Hearing this voice, Li Xiaolei's face showed a trace of ecstasy. "Mr. Su, you're back." Li Xiaolei laughed. Creak. The door opened. Su Chen's slender figure stepped in. "You're still alive." Li Qingyan was a little shocked. After such a long time, she still thought that Su Chen died in the hands of Ran Qingfeng. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, "If I die, who will heal your face?" As he spoke, Su Chen bowed to Li Xiaolei on the side. "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I just went to Hu Chen Pavilion to make some medicine for the 3 of you. I forgot to tell you. I'm really sorry." Li Xiaolei waved his hands and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you can come back safely." Li Qingyan on the side pouted and said, "You are such a nasty person. You obviously killed Ran Qingfeng, but you didn't send us a letter at the first time. causing us to worry for a long time in vain. King Guyan, how can you talk like that? Li Xiaolei scolded. Su Chen hurriedly said, Mr. Li, don't blame Miss Li. I didn't think about this matter. Grandpa, did you hear that? He knows he is wrong. Li Qingyan said. Su Chen shook his head and didn't take the little girl seriously. 3. Let me treat you. Su Chen said lightly. A trace of excitement flashed across Li Xiaolei's face. He had heard about Su Chen's medical skills from Wang Xingzhu, so he was looking forward to it. But Li Qingyan questioned, how old are you? Can you do it? Don't use medicine indiscriminately, or my grandfather will have problems. Li Xiaolei glared and said, what nonsense are you talking about, girl? Li Qingyan quickly shrank her neck. Li Xiaolei said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, I have spoiled my granddaughter. I'm really sorry. Su Chen smiled and said, it's okay. Then, he turned to Li Qingyan and said, if you don't believe in my medical skills, you don't have to let me treat you. But I want to remind you that, if your face is not treated for more than 12 hours, it may be like this for the rest of your life. Li Qingyan panicked and muttered after a long time, I just don't know the answer. Why are you scaring me? Su Chen ignored her and treated Li Xiaolei and Li Chunren. For Li Xiaolei, Su Chen first used silver needles to stimulate vitality and then applied ointment to the broken bones. Li Xiaolei immediately felt a warmth coming from the broken bones, and he seemed to feel that his bones were healing. Later, you should be able to do some simple movements. After a few more days of rest, you should be able to move. I will go to treat your son first, Su Chen said, and walked towards Li Chunren. With Li Xiaolei around, Li Chunren didn't dare to say anything and let Su Chen give him the medicine. Su Chen stripped off all his shirts and gave him a needle directly in the heart. What are you doing? Li Qingyan asked curiously. Su Chen looked at her deeply and said, when Ran Qingfeng hurt your father, he injected him with toxins. These toxins have already attacked the heart veins. Of course, the needle must be inserted in the heart to force these toxins out. Hearing this, Li Qingyan's face changed. She touched her face and asked, did Ran Qingfeng poison me too? Su Chen smiled. Your face is caused by his poison. Li Qingyan's face turned pale. She covered her chest tightly and said, I want a needle in my heart too. What do you think? Su Chen smiled warmly. In Li Qingyan's eyes, he was like a devil. Chapter 148, Attacking the Ran family in the provincial capital. Li Qingyan was stunned. Su Chen's words frightened her completely. She didn't expect that, after being poisoned by Ran Qingfeng, she would have to take off her shirt and insert a needle into her chest. In this way, wouldn't she be seen naked by Su Chen? However, if she didn't let him treat her, she might become an ugly monster for the rest of her life. Such a result was even more difficult for Li Qingyan to accept. What should I do? Li Qingyan was in a state of dismay. She stopped talking, and Su Chen was left alone. Su Chen inserted a needle into Li Chunren's chest, and then urged his vital energy to circulate through his meridians. Li Chunren was shocked when he felt Su Chen's vital energy in his body. He was not even a dark energy warrior, so how could he have experienced such a magical thing? Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out of Li Chunren's mouth. There was also a black blood stain on his chest, which slowly flowed down. Everyone knew that this must be Ran Qingfeng's poison. After Su Chen used his vital energy to force out all the poison in Li Chunren's body, Li Chunren's originally hunched body straightened up again, and his complexion returned to normal. At this time, his eyes changed when he looked at Su Chen. On the side, Li Qingyan was shocked to see Li Chunren's appearance. This shows that Su Chen's medical skills are probably real, and she herself really has to take off her shirt to let Su Chen treat her. Thinking of this, Li Qingyan suddenly panicked. Su Chen turned his head to look. Li Xiaolei can already stand up with the help of something, and his hands can also pick up light objects such as mobile phones or water cups. Li Chunren, except for his slightly pale face, is no different from before. Among the 3 grandfathers and grandchildren, only Li Qingyan is left. Come on. It's your turn. Su Chen said to Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What do you mean? Here. Su Chen scratched his head and said, if not here, where? Do you know how to respect girls? Go to my bedroom. Li Qingyan said coldly and turned around and left. Su Chen looked puzzled. How did it come to respecting girls? Li Qingyan walked in front and Su Chen followed behind. Soon, the two walked into a room full of pink. Li Qingyan seemed to be younger than Zhou Wanqiu, so she was more childish. The whole bedroom was like a pink palace. Although Li Qingyan's face was wrapped in a scarf, her face was also blushing. Except for Grandpa and Dad, no boy had ever entered her boudoir. Close the door, Li Qingyan said in a shy and angry voice. Oh. Su Chen closed the door belatedly. Turning around, Su Chen was stunned. Just because he saw an extremely tempting scene, Li Qingyan actually took off her top. When she saw Su Chen turning around, she suddenly panicked, covering her face with her hands and blocking the front with her hands. Su Chen quickly turned his head away. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say that you were poisoned by Ranking Feng and you have to treat it like this? Can you hurry up? Li Qingyan said shyly. Su Chen secretly groaned. In fact, he just saw that this little girl was sharp-tongued, so he couldn't help but scare her. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a scene. This is a bit difficult to end. Su Chen was in pain. That, put on your clothes first, it's not that step yet. Su Chen could only say this. Ah! Li Qingyan screamed, followed by a panicked sound of dressing. You bastard. Why didn't you say it earlier? Li Qingyan put on her clothes in a panic, and then angrily threw the pillows and dolls on the bed at him. Su Chen felt guilty, and was too embarrassed to avoid it. Li Qingyan vented her anger for a long time before angrily saying, why don't you come over and treat me? Su Chen turned around, and saw that Li Qingyan's face was red with shame, and even the black lines could not be covered. He quickly took out the silver needles and prepared to use his acupuncture on Li Qingyan's face. However, when Li Qingyan saw these silver needles, she was a little scared. Where are you inserting them? Li Qingyan took a step back and asked. Su Chen said, on your face. Ah. Li Qingyan was shocked. My face skin is so tender and thin. Can you pierce it with these silver needles? It's too long. I feel I can't stand it. I'm scared. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. It will be very comfortable after it is inserted. Li Qingyan gritted her teeth and could only agree. As Su Chen used the 9 Extremes life transforming needle, Li Qingyan magically discovered that it really didn't hurt at all. On the contrary, when Su Chen used the flame energy to activate these silver needles, Li Qingyan felt a stream of heat flowing along her facial skin. The cold feeling on her face disappeared instantly. On the contrary, it was as if she was soaking in a hot spring, and she felt warm. Ah! Li Qingyan almost cried out in comfort, but then quickly closed her mouth with a blushing face. Even when she was getting a facial done in a beauty salon, she had never felt so comfortable. This bastard seems to be really good. No wonder Grandpa trusts him so much. Li Qingyan thought secretly. Su Chen smiled secretly when he saw Li Qingyan like this. Then, he urged the silver needle on her face. The next second, streams of black mist were forced out directly from the silver needle. The terrifying black lines and black bumps on Li Qingyan's face slowly disappeared. In the end, there was no trace left. Su Chen pulled out the silver needle and applied the ointment he had prepared in the rejuvenation hall to Li Qingyan's face. After a while, Li Qingyan's face was like a little cat. What is this? Li Qingyan asked. Su Chen said, it's a mask I made with medicinal herbs. It will help you recover. You can also make masks. Do you have the production batch number? Is it reliable? Li Qingyan came up and asked 3 questions in a row. She had confidence in Su Chen's medical skills and in the restoration of her beauty, and her personality returned to what it was before. Su Chen looked at her and said, just apply it for 3 minutes. If you don't want to, you can wash it off now. No, no, no. I was just joking. Isn't it okay? Li Qingyan pouted. Su Chen laughed in his heart. Li Qingyan's personality was a typical scar-healed, and the pain was forgotten. Also known as, if you don't fight for 3 days, you'll tear off the tiles on the roof. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her, and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Li Qingyan stopped him and said, hey, where do you want to go? You haven't detoxified me yet. When you treated my dad, you said that, if he was poisoned, he had to detoxify from the heart meridian. You want me to be poisoned and come to you for treatment in the future, right? Turn around quickly. I'm taking off my clothes and you're not allowed to peek. Li Qingyan said a lot. Su Chen laughed in his heart. Then turn around and take off your clothes. Li Qingyan's eyes lit up. Yes, whoever turns around is a puppy. Su Chen turned his back directly. Li Qingyan saw Su Chen's back and quickly turned his back, taking off his shirt with a grunt. I'm done, Li Qingyan said, then covered her face with one hand and her chest with the other, and turned around with a stiff face. Hurry up and give me the needle. Don't take advantage of me. Whoever takes advantage of me is a bastard and a pervert, Li Qingyan shouted with her eyes closed. However, there was no movement in the room. Hurry up. Are you peeking? If you do this again, I will be angry, Li Qingyan said angrily. However, there was still no response from Su Chen. Li Qingyan was furious. She didn't care about being embarrassed and opened her eyes suddenly, only to find that there was no one in the room. Li Qingyan was stunned for a long time before she suddenly reacted. She ran to the bathroom and washed off all the Su Chen homemade 3-minute mask on her face. A beautiful and delicate face was revealed. The next moment, a delicate shout suddenly rang out in the room. Su Chen, you bastard, you dare to lie to me. Chapter 149, ringing in the handbag. Ah. Su Chen, I'm going to kill you. You bastard. Waves of angry curses came from Li Qingyan's boudoir. Then, there was another sound of things being thrown. After a while, Li Qingyan walked out of the room. On her beautiful and delicate face, there was shame and anger. As soon as she walked out of the boudoir, Aunt Wang, the nanny at home, came over. Miss, the master told you that it was okay, so he went to the front hall to find him and said he had something to talk to you about. While talking, the nanny looked at Li Qingyan's face, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Li Qingyan nodded and said, oh, Aunt Wang, I know. Aunt Wang, the nanny, was about to leave. Li Qingyan suddenly called her, Aunt Wang, why are you looking at my face all the time? Aunt Wang smiled and said, I feel that you have become more beautiful and your complexion has improved a lot. Really? Li Qingyan was stunned. Then, she took out her mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, her complexion seemed to be better than before. Could it be that the bastard Su Chen's crappy ointment is really that useful? Li Qingyan suddenly regretted that she washed off the ointment so quickly. Although Su Chen said that the ointment only needed to be applied on the face for 3 minutes, Li Qingyan only applied it for 3 minutes. If it was applied for a little longer, would her complexion and skin be better? Thinking of this, Li Qingyan became even more angry that Su Chen was teasing her. If it weren't for him, how could she be so angry and wash off the ointment so quickly? At this time, the nanny Aunt Wang smiled and said, Miss, look at how good you look now. A woman needs a man to nourish her to look so good. The man who just came out of your room should be your boyfriend. Really good. Aunt Wang covered her mouth and laughed while speaking. Li Qingyan looked puzzled. Auntie Wang, don't talk nonsense. Su Chen is not my boyfriend. Auntie Wang said with a teasing look. You lied to Auntie Wang. I heard it when I passed by your door just now. Li Qingyan was stunned. What did you hear? Auntie Wang smiled and looked at Li Qingyan. You said it was long and you were scared, and he comforted you that you would feel better after a while. Auntie heard it clearly. You silly girl, your boyfriend is gifted. Just be happy. As she spoke, Auntie Wang gave Li Qingyan a look that said Auntie is an experienced person. I know everything, and then left with a smile. Li Qingyan was stunned, and her pretty face flushed instantly. After a long while, she reacted and hurriedly shouted to explain. Auntie Wang, it's not what you think. I'm talking about the silver needle. The silver needle is long. However, Auntie Wang's figure had already left. Li Qingyan was ashamed and embarrassed, and her face was as red as a big red apple. She felt that she had died socially at home. Ah. Su Chen. You bastard. Li Qingyan ran towards the hall in a rage. In the hall, Su Chen was helping Li Xiaolei. Now, Li Chunren is completely fine. Although his vitality was damaged, the toxins have been completely eliminated. As long as he takes a good tonic later, there will be basically no problem. Li Xiaolei's bones were all broken. Although Su Chen has helped him to connect them and applied a special ointment, it is still difficult to recover all at once. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Li Xiaolei is now able to walk with the help of crutches, and he is very happy. At this time, Li Qingyan ran in. Su Chen, you bastard. As soon as she came in, she rushed to Su Chen and was about to fight. However, Li Xiaolei shouted angrily, Qingyan, what are you doing? You are not allowed to be so rude to our Li family guests. Li Qingyan was stunned, and her mouth instantly shrank. She wanted to tell the whole story. However, what happened between her and Su Chen was too embarrassing, and she couldn't say it anyway. Finally, Li Qingyan could only glare at Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen smiled and didn't argue with her. After all, the punishment had just been given. Li Xiaolei apologized. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. This dead girl has been spoiled by me and doesn't know how to behave. Su Chen smiled and looked at Li Qingyan and said, it's okay. It's normal for young people to have a temper. Li Qingyan saw Su Chen's elder look and immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Grandpa, you asked Aunt Wang to call me over. What's the matter? Li Qingyan asked. Li Xiaolei said, it's like this. Mr. Su is going to the provincial capital. You go to accompany him. Everything on the way must be arranged by Mr. Su. Su Chen looked at Li Xiaolei. He just mentioned to Li Xiaolei that he was going to the Ran family. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaolei actually made such an arrangement. Li Qingyan was stunned when he heard this. What? Let me accompany him? And listen to his arrangements? Why? Qingyan. Li Xiaolei glared, and his voice became low. Li Qingyan immediately changed her words. Okay, I'll go. I'll listen to him. Li Xiaolei has the most authority in the Li family, and his words are always binding. Li Qingyan can usually act like a spoiled child with her grandfather, and Li Xiaolei will also spoil her. However, when Li Xiaolei frowned, Li Qingyan understood that this was not a discussion with her. Su Chen saw this scene and felt amused. He turned to Li Xiaolei and said, Mr. Li, in fact, I can go by myself. Su Chen didn't want to force Li Qingyan to do something he didn't like. What's more, it was too uncomfortable to face a woman who didn't like him all the way. However, Li Xiaolei smiled and said, Mr. Su, you're welcome. Qingyan originally worked in the provincial capital, and she happened to be at home this time, so she encountered this kind of thing of the Ran family. Su Chen was stunned and looked at Li Qingyan with some surprise. He didn't expect that this rich second generation of the Li family would not inherit billions of assets at home, but go to the provincial capital to work hard. Li Qingyan noticed Su Chen's gaze and seemed to understand what Su Chen meant. HMPH. She turned her face away slightly, raised her chin slightly, and said with disdain, what do you know about my thoughts? I'm working hard for the Bincheng Li family to return to the provincial capital. Su Chen gave Li Qingyan a thumbs up. Good job. You are a man. Of course. Li Qingyan raised her head proudly. Then, she realized that Su Chen said he was a man. You are the man. Li Qingyan said angrily. Su Chen laughed. This girl is carefree and interesting. After a while, Wang Xingzi brought Ran Qingfeng's body. The body was put into a well-sealed bag. Li Chunren helped and carried it into Li Qingyan's trunk. Su Chen asked, do you want to tell your daughter? Li Chunren shook his head. No. This girl looks carefree and fearless, but she is actually not very courageous. If you tell her, I guess she won't be able to drive well. Su Chen thought about it, and it was true. However, Li Chunren's father is really a pitfall for his daughter. Soon, Li Qingyan walked out of the villa. After seeing Su Chen, she glared at him fiercely, and it seemed that she was still very angry. The two said goodbye to Li Xiaolei and others, and drove to the provincial capital. It was Su Chen's request to leave so quickly, because he didn't know how quickly the Ran family would react. Solve it as soon as possible, and feel relieved as soon as possible. Li Qingyan's car is a red BMW. It looks quite trendy, but it is not a very expensive car. It seems that she doesn't seem to show off her family background in the provincial capital, and driving an ordinary car is also to avoid showing off her wealth. After getting in the car, Li Qingyan still finds fault with Su Chen and dislikes him in various ways. I tell you, although my grandfather asked me to accompany you, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, there are many powerful people in the provincial capital, and you won't know how you died when the time comes. Li Qingyan instructed Su Chen. Su Chen said calmly, just send me to the Ran family. You don't have to worry about the rest. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Qingyan immediately became angry. My grandfather told me to listen to you. He was just being polite to you. Did you take it seriously? Su Chen looked at Li Qingyan, smiled and said nothing. Li Qingyan was annoyed by Su Chen's attitude. But since Su Chen didn't answer her, she could only be angry and not talk to Su Chen. After a while, Li Qingyan couldn't hold it back anymore. What are you going to do at the Ran family? Li Qingyan said. Su Chen said, go and reconcile with their family. Li Qingyan curled her lips and said, you beat their grandson to death. And then beat their second generation Ran Qingfeng to death. Will they reconcile with you? Haha. Su Chen smiled. If they don't reconcile, then I will beat them until they reconcile. You are so arrogant. Li Qingyan said disdainfully, do you know that the Ran family is one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital and the top force in the province? Do you know how many masters the Ran family has? You still want to force them to reconcile? Don't go, or you will be killed. Su Chen glanced at Li Qingyan and said, this is exactly what you want. Don't you just want to beat me to death? You. Li Qingyan was so angry that she was fuming. If she wasn't driving, she would have wanted to rush over and bite Su Chen to death. This man is so annoying. Soon, the car slowly drove to the provincial capital. The provincial capital is full of tall buildings, which is not comparable to an ordinary low-level city like Bincheng. Su Chen looked out the window, his eyes flickered, and he was no longer thinking about anything. On the other side, Rang's villa. In the huge restaurant, everyone in the Ran family sat in their seats according to the rules and order. Rang Yixiao, the old patriarch of the Ran family, sat at the top. He stared at his eldest son Rang Qingshan with a cold look. How is it? Is there any news about Qingfeng? Rang Qingshan slowly said, Father, I have called several times, but no one answered my second brother's phone. I also called the driver, but no one answered. Dad, Qingfeng won't be in trouble, right? My son Zaios was just killed. If Qingfeng is in trouble, I will not live. Woo woo. On the side, Rang Qingfeng's wife Liu Qin cried to the sky. The other people around also changed their faces and whispered. Rang Qingfeng's sudden loss of contact made them a little panicked. Looking at the chaotic crowd, a dark cloud flashed across Rang Yixiao's face. Shut up, he shouted. Liu Qin quickly wiped away her tears and closed her mouth, not daring to make any more noise. Others were also silent. Rang Yixiao glanced at everyone, looked at Rang Qingshan, and said coldly, call again. Yes. Rang Qingshan nodded, took out his cell phone, and called Rang Qingfeng again. Just then, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone ring came from outside. I saw a slender figure, carrying a huge handbag, walking in, and the ringing sound came from the handbag. Chapter 150 Furious slashing of the Zhuanjin master. Ding-ling-ling. The ringtone of the cell phone was a little harsh in the quiet environment. Everyone in the Ran family was stunned. They all looked outside the door. They saw a figure walking in with the ringtone. It's the second brother who is back. Rang Qingshan smiled. Everyone in the Ran family breathed a sigh of relief. Even Rang Yixiao's stiff and gloomy face showed a hint of relaxation. Da. The footsteps are approaching. Su Chen walked in from outside with a huge handbag. And the harsh ringtone still came out slowly from the handbag. All the Ran family members looked gloomy. They all thought of an unbelievable fact. Who are you? What do you want to do here? Why didn't you report and trespass into our Ran family? Rang Qingshan shouted angrily. Su Chen said calmly, you should have heard of my name, Su Chen. I came to the Ran family to give you something. As he spoke, Su Chen threw the huge handbag in his hand onto the dining table. Clang. In an instant, the plates flew, and the bowls broke. The dishes, soups, and wine flew everywhere, and the table was in a mess. Are you here to cause trouble? Rang Qingshan was furious. Someone come. As a result, no one came to the door. Don't shout. Those ordinary bodyguards outside have been knocked down by me. Su Chen said calmly, you should take a look first. I will give you something. Everyone in the Ran family looked at each other, but no one moved. Rang Yixio said coldly. King Shen, open it. Rang King Shen's face was gloomy. He walked forward slowly and opened the large handbag with trembling hands. A familiar face appeared in front of everyone in an instant. It was Rang Qingfeng, the second master of the Rang family. For a moment, everyone in the Rang family was frightened and retreated. Second brother, Qingfeng, husband, Rang Yixio, Rang Qingfeng and Liu Qin cried out in pain. The three of them rushed forward together, looking at Rang Qingfeng's body and crying bitterly. The other Rang family members retreated in fear and stared at Su Chen with hatred. Su Chen, however, had a blank expression on his face. Whether it was the grief of Rang Yixio and others, or the hatred of other Rang family members, it had no effect on him, nor would it make him feel guilty. Everything that is happening now started with Rang Rui's of the Rang family, so the price must be borne by the Rang family. Whether it is Rang Rui's, Jiang Qingrong, or Rang Qingfeng, they all deserve to die. If it is not them who die, then it will be the Zhou family or Su Chen himself. If you want to do evil, but don't have the ability, you deserve to die, and there is no need for any compassion or sympathy. This is the truth that Su Chen's grandfather taught him. At this time, Rang Yixio raised his head suddenly. Su Chen, did you kill my son? Su Chen said calmly, yes. I not only killed your son, but also your grandson Rang Rui's, and Jiang Qingrong. Of course, if we can't reach an agreement, I might also kill your more Rang family members. Hearing this, Rang Yixio was almost furious. As one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital, the Rang family has never been insulted like this. Good. What a big dog's guts. Rang Yixio pointed his finger at Su Chen and trembled. How dare you bully my Rang family? Please ask a few Zhuanjin masters to kill this beast for my Rang family. Rang Yixio roared. Then, he didn't know where he pressed, and a shrill bell rang. 7 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Su Chen from all sides. Su Chen turned his head and saw that these 7 people were 6 men and 1 woman. They were all middle-aged or older. The older ones had white hair and beards, and the younger ones were 35 or older. Su Chen knew that these people were the Rang family's worshippers. Masters, please take action. If you can capture him alive, capture him alive. If you can't, kill him on the spot. Rang Yixio shouted loudly. The old man with white hair and beard smiled coldly. For this kid, why do you need so many of us? Watch me capture him alive. As soon as the voice fell, the old man rushed over. He gathered his fingers into a palm, and the strong Zhuanjin condensed directly into a huge palm print. Heaven-shaking palm. The strong Zhuanjin brought a huge wind flow and directly printed it towards Su Chen. Your palm method is also worthy of being called the heaven-shaking palm. Su Chen smiled coldly and casually slapped it. This palm was ordinary and directly collided with the old man's huge palm print. On the side, Rang Yixio's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Oldly, get out of the way." He suddenly thought that Su Chen had killed Jiang Qingrong and Rang Qingfeng, and a single Zhuanjin master would never be Su Chen's opponent. However, his words were said a step too late. At this time, the terrifying Zhuanjin mark of Li Leo's sky-blasting palm had already collided with Su Chen's palm. Li Leo showed a trace of disdain on his face. All his skills were in this sky-blasting palm. Even a half-step innate master would have to temporarily avoid his full-strength palm. And the kid in front of him actually chose to resist, and he would probably be injured or even killed. The next moment, Li Leo's face changed, because he felt a strong vitality rushing from Su Chen. Vitality. Li Leo's face changed wildly. He just wanted to evacuate, but it was too late. The fierce vitality, with a higher power dimension of crushing, covered Li Leo. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Leo flew backwards and fell to the ground without any sound. The other 6 Zhuanjin masters hurried forward to check. The final result made them terrified. Old Li is dead. He was killed by a palm strike from him. This man is a congenital master. The eyes of the Zhuanjin worshippers looking at Su Chen were full of fear and dread. Set up the formation. A middle-aged man shouted. 6 Zhuanjin masters quickly took their positions and formed a strange formation to surround Su Chen. This is the formation they had studied before, called the 7-star formation. 7 people together can defeat even a congenital master. but they didn't expect that before the fight started, Old Li had already died in the hands of Su Chen. Now, they can only hope to use this formation to catch Su Chen's flaws and grind him to death. The people of the Ran family also saw that the situation was not right, and they all became a mess. Ran Qingshan looked at Rang Yixiao in a panic. Dad, do you think these Zuanjin worshippers can deal with this bastard? I know they have a 7-star formation, but now that Old Li is dead, I guess these few people may not be able to do it. Go and invite Grandmaster Qi to come, just in case. Rang Yixiao arranged. Grandmaster Qi is also a worshipper of the Ran family, but he has reached the Xianshan realm. However, he is practicing in another place, and would not come here, unless it is something important. Rang Qingshan quickly sneaked out to ask for help. Rang Yixiao looked worriedly at the 6 Zuanjin masters surrounding Su Chen. The 6 of us are not much inferior to him. Let's do it together. Kill him. The middle-aged man shouted, and the Zuanjin masters rushed forward. However, he obviously overestimated the 6 of them. Su Chen stomped his feet and flashed. The first time he met him, he punched the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face changed wildly. He gritted his teeth and wanted to use the Zuanjin support of the other 5 people to fight Su Chen head-on. Come. The middle-aged man gathered all his Zuanjin and hit Su Chen with his palm. Boom. There was a bang. The floor exploded instantly. The next second. Puff. The middle-aged man spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. The crushing of Yuan Qi over Zuanjin is a qualitative difference. What's more, Su Chen's vitality foundation is much stronger than that of ordinary Xianshan realm. Su Chen stabilized his body and rushed to the next person. The remaining Zuanjin masters all changed their faces. All the Zuanjins gathered together are not Su Chen's opponent. Now that Su Chen finds them, how can there be any good end? The remaining 5 Zuanjin masters tried to resist, but they were like a pile of loose sand. Su Chen was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, bombarding left and right. Almost every move he made was either fatal or seriously injured. At most 2 moves, 1 person was killed. In the blink of an eye, 5 more Zuanjin masters died on the spot. I admit defeat. Please spare my life. The last remaining Zuanjin master was the only woman among the 7. At this time, she suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically for mercy. Everyone in the Ran family suddenly turned pale. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.